beneath the golden sands of Egypt lie secrets that have defied explanation for thousands of years. From tombs sealed without a trace of entry to strange texts, hinting at forgotten knowledge, the mysteries of ancient Egypt go far beyond pyramids and pharaohs. Who built these monuments with such impossible precision? What did the ancients really believe about the afterlife? And what have we yet to uncover? This is over 4 hours of the most baffling, eerie, and unsolved mysteries from the land of the Nile. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from and when. Then sit back, relax, and prepare to enter a world where every stone has a secret. Long before the modern world's maps etched borders across deserts and monuments became tour stops printed on glossy brochures, the Giza Plateau was already ancient, its winds carrying not just sand, but the murmur of generations. Among the colossi that rise from its bedrock, none commands silence and speculation quite like the Great Sphinx. With the body of a reclining lion and the eroded visage of a human king, half pharaoh, half beast, it has watched the sun rise over the Nile for more than 4,000 years. It is a monument that answers no questions, only deepens them. And for as long as its eyes have stared across the sands, there have been whispers that something lies beneath it. The Great Sphinx, massive yet enigmatic, appears carved directly from the limestone of the plateau itself. Unlike the pyramids nearby, which were built block by block, the Sphinx was hewn downward from a single outcrop. Its body stretches over 240 feet long, its paws extend forward like a guardian resting on haunches, and between them lies a modest stone stela, erected by a dreamer prince who once claimed the Sphinx had spoken to him. But beneath those paws, beneath the belly, beneath the weathered core of this colossus, the rock may still hide something else. The idea that there is a hidden temple beneath the Sphinx is not new. In fact, it may be as old as historical memory itself. As early as the New Kingdom, over 1,000 years after the Sphinx was carved, Egyptians undertook restoration efforts and recorded that the monument was already buried in sand. When Tuthmose IV had his famous dream, recounted on the dream stele still visible between the paws, the Sphinx was suffocating under dunes forgotten by time, until a royal vision demanded its rediscovery. But Tuthmose's restoration, thorough as it was, made no mention of chambers beneath. If they existed, either they remained concealed, or he chose not to speak of them. The modern fascination began in earnest in the 20th century, as archaeologists and geologists began applying newer technologies to Egypt's monuments: seismography, ground-penetrating radar, microgravity sensing. They discovered anomalies beneath the surface around the Sphinx. These were not voids in the casual sense of hollow rock or erosion, but structured patterns, rectangular, symmetrical, suggestive of architecture. In the early 1990s, a team led by seismologist Thomas de Beckie and geologist Thomas L. Brophy conducted seismic soundings around the Sphinx and identified several subsurface cavities, some natural, others possibly man-made. One such cavity, roughly rectangular, lay just beneath the front paws of the Sphinx. Another ran parallel to its length beneath the body. These findings stirred the air with speculation. Some archaeologists interpreted the anomalies cautiously. Perhaps they were old quarries, ancient fissures, or simply zones of softer stone. Others, more speculative in approach, saw in these readings the outline of a hidden temple, sealed beneath centuries of limestone and sand. The notion was that the Sphinx was not merely a monument, but a marker, its body a visible symbol atop an older sacred chamber. If true, this would suggest that the Giza Plateau, already teeming with meaning and mystery, still had secrets buried in its core. But the whispers did not end with radar. An even more tantalizing thread comes from the very edge of historical credibility, from myth, legend, and ancient texts. In the writings of Pliny the Elder, the Roman naturalist who recorded wonders of Egypt in the 1st century CE, there is a fleeting reference to secret chambers beneath the Sphinx. Arab historians of the medieval period, such as al-Makrizi and Abdul Latif, recorded accounts of tunnels and hidden compartments around the pyramids, including the Sphinx. Whether they drew upon ancient sources or extrapolated from visible fissures is unclear, but the motif of underground sanctuaries persisted. One legend spoke of a hall of records, a library of knowledge hidden by a forgotten civilization, to be discovered when the world was ready. It was beneath the Sphinx, they said, that the ancient ones buried the wisdom of the gods. These tales, once the domain of folklore, gained unexpected modern traction when they collided with alternative archaeological theories in the late 20th century. Writers like John Anthony West and others, inspired by geological studies suggesting the Sphinx's body had been weathered by rainfall thousands of years before the pharaohs ruled, argued that the monument may predate dynastic Egypt entirely. If so, and if chambers lay beneath it, then what might be buried there could fundamentally alter our understanding of the past. To mainstream Egyptologists, such ideas remain speculative at best, sensationalist at worst. The Sphinx, they argue, fits neatly within the context of the 4th dynasty, most likely carved under the reign of Khafra, whose pyramid complex lies just behind it. The alignment, the proximity of temples, the stylistic elements, everything supports a construction date around 2500 BCE. And while the geological erosion patterns have sparked legitimate debate, no definitive inscriptions name the Sphinx's builder or purpose. It is an orphan in stone, unclaimed even by its own time. Still, the physical features of the monument invite scrutiny. The Sphinx Temple, directly in front of the monument, is an enigmatic structure in its own right. Built from limestone blocks quarried from around the Sphinx's body, its massive megaliths suggest a construction effort of unusual ambition. Its core features resemble those of the nearby Valley Temple of Khafra, yet its layout and purpose remain ambiguous. There are no columns, no clear axis of movement. Some have speculated that the Sphinx Temple served as a kind of altar, a place of ritual that interacted with the rising sun and the silent figure behind it. Others see it as a staging ground, part of a larger complex that includes hidden or unexcavated elements. And then there is the trench. The Sphinx is not perched in isolation but rests in a deep, carved-out enclosure. This trench, which exposes the Sphinx's flanks, was cut directly into the bedrock. On its weathered walls, geologists have noted vertical fissures, rounded channels and unusual undulations, features some interpret as signs of prolonged water erosion. If these marks were made by rainfall, they would date to a period long before the Sahara became arid, possibly as far back as 7000 BCE or earlier. If accurate, the Sphinx's core may predate not just Khafra, but the very rise of the Egyptian state. Such an implication would be seismic. It would also reframe the question of what lies beneath, for if the Sphinx is older than dynastic Egypt, then the chamber beneath its pores is not an annex, but an origin point, perhaps the seed of the entire Giza complex. But what could be hidden in such a chamber? Some imagine a funerary temple buried beneath rock. Others dream of a record chamber, a library of scrolls, maps, knowledge lost in flood or fire. More grounded hypotheses suggest a simple ritual chamber, a sanctuary where offerings were made to the solar gods, Ra or Atum, in ceremonies now forgotten. The Sphinx, always facing east, is aligned with the rising sun, and it is no coincidence that it became associated with solar worship from the Middle Kingdom onward. The pharaoh Amenemhat II built his own temple near the Sphinx, and later rulers revered it as Hor-em-Akhet, Horus of the horizon, seeing in its gaze the promise of rebirth. Still, the mystery of what lies beneath remains tantalizingly unanswered. Despite the geophysical surveys and the anomalous readings, no formal excavation has been permitted directly beneath the Sphinx. Egyptian authorities, rightly cautious, prioritize conservation. The monument has already suffered from centuries of erosion, pollution, misguided restorations, and well-meaning but destructive archaeological interventions. To drill into its base without overwhelming justification would risk irreversible damage. And so the anomalies remain undisturbed, mapped, speculated upon, but untouched. This restraint has only deepened the allure. In the minds of many, the unexplored void beneath the Sphinx has become a canvas, a place where the imagination meets archaeology. To some, it represents a lost era of high civilization, a vanished epoch remembered only in myth. To others, it symbolizes the limits of our knowledge, the humbling reminder that even the most iconic monuments may still hold secrets. And to those who walk the plateau in the quiet of dawn, when the crowds have not yet arrived, it is a reminder that Egypt's monuments were never merely stone. They were interfaces between worlds. The silence of the Sphinx is not passive, it is deliberate. Its blank eyes do not close, its lips do not speak. Its body, eroded and patched, does not move. And yet it communicates. In riddles, in shadows, in the way light moves across its surface as the sun climbs from the horizon, it watches so eternally. And so the temple beneath the Sphinx remains a possibility, an unproven theory, but one rooted in tangible anomalies in the deep patterns of Egyptian sacred architecture. Whether it is a literal hall or a metaphorical one, its existence has shaped the way we see the monument. It has turned the Sphinx from a static sculpture into a question. Not just who built this, or when, but what lies below. The Giza Plateau still hums with unfinished business. Beneath the footsteps of tourists and researchers, beneath the tireless grit of desert wind, the earth holds its breath. Somewhere in that breath, beneath pores carved to guard eternity, might lie a hidden chamber, long sealed, never entered. Or perhaps the temple is the Sphinx itself, not a structure to be entered, but an enigma to be contemplated. A monument that demands simply that we continue asking, for in the heart of every ancient silence there is a kind of speech, not loud, not clear, but real. The temple beneath the Sphinx may not be made of stone. It may be the chamber we enter each time we stare into the face of history and wonder what still lies beneath. Described by Herodotus as more impressive than the pyramids, this vast underground maze has never been conclusively discovered. It began perhaps beneath a sky heavy with dust, as labourers shaped bricks from Nile clay and laid stones in careful patterns whose purpose they scarcely understood. They worked under the watchful gaze of priests and architects whose vision stretched beyond a single lifetime, whose whispered commands carried the authority of a civilization that measured greatness not in years, but in eternities. Day after relentless day, beneath the burning Egyptian sun, hands lifted stone, carved passageways, smoothed walls, etched inscriptions whose meanings were held sacred. And slowly, over years and decades, a structure emerged, not a towering pyramid or an elegant temple, but something altogether stranger, buried partly underground, weaving complexity from shadows, purpose from mystery. It was a maze, a labyrinth, a puzzle set in stone and silence. Herodotus, the Greek traveller whose curiosity carried him across the ancient world, wrote with awe of what he saw in Egypt, of wonders that stretched belief. Among all he witnessed, none captivated him so completely as the labyrinth near Hawara. He described it vividly, his prose tinged with amazement and something akin to reverence, a vast complex of passages, rooms, halls and courtyards built with meticulous precision, sprawling across an immense area so vast that it dwarfed even the Great Pyramids themselves. Within its walls lay thousands of rooms, countless winding passages, some above ground, many buried deep beneath the sands, descending into darkness like veins of some ancient beast sleeping beneath the desert floor. It was said to have been constructed beside the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Amenemhat III, yet it outshone even his mighty tomb. Travellers who ventured within soon became disoriented, bewildered by identical chambers and corridors that twisted back upon themselves, defying all attempts at memory and navigation. But it was not merely size or complexity that defined the labyrinth's allure, it was the purpose, or rather the profound mystery of purpose, that haunted all who knew of its existence. No clear record survives to tell why the ancients built such a structure. Some believed it a temple complex dedicated to rites of initiation. ceremonies of profound spiritual depth where the unworthy could lose their sanity, trapped forever in the darkness. Others thought it a tomb, vast, secretive, designed to conceal and protect the final resting places of sacred bulls, the revered Apis who embodied the power of the gods on earth. Still others whispered of treasures hidden within, hoards of gold and jewels buried beneath cunning traps designed to confuse thieves, or even darker secrets sealed behind stone doors that no mortal should ever open. Yet, despite Herodotus's vivid account, despite its legendary fame in antiquity, the labyrinth has never been conclusively located. The sands near Hawara conceal many secrets, and though archaeologists have searched for generations, they have uncovered only tantalizing fragments. Massive foundation stones, hinting at extraordinary scale, bits of masonry scattered across dunes, fragments of pottery and statues worn smooth by centuries of wind. Scholars debate vigorously whether these remnants belong truly to the fabled labyrinth, or merely to related structures, lost temples, and forgotten shrines scattered across a land whose history is layered deeper than its shifting sands. To understand why the labyrinth remains elusive, one must first imagine the place itself as described by ancient accounts. According to Herodotus and other ancient historians, the labyrinth's construction was meticulous. Above ground were elaborate courtyards, grand halls with columns carved to resemble palm trunks, murals depicting gods and heroes, the sky and the stars. These surface structures alone would have been impressive, yet beneath the surface lay a realm entirely different, a subterranean world plunging deep into shadow, rooms without light, tunnels branching endlessly, twisting back upon themselves with maddening precision. Many rooms were empty, purposefully vacant perhaps, their very emptiness part of the maze's intricate puzzle. Others held statues, cryptic symbols carved into walls, scenes whose meanings were kept deliberately obscure. Visitors attempting to explore its depth soon found themselves lost, unable to retrace their steps, compelled to seek guidance from the priests who alone navigated confidently through this baffling architecture. The priests knew its secrets, understood the labyrinth as a manifestation of the divine cosmos, an earthly mirror of the heavens, a reflection of life's journey with its challenges, choices, and the relentless quest for understanding. To walk the labyrinth was to undertake more than a physical journey. It was to enter a profound spiritual trial, testing mind, memory, courage, and faith. Those who emerged unscathed gained wisdom. Those who succumbed to panic might never leave, wandering forever through halls built precisely to confound human senses. Yet, as centuries passed, the labyrinth faded from the annals of history. Sands drifted across courtyards, filling halls, choking corridors until only the barest whispers of stone remained visible. Conquests, shifting trade routes, religious transformations, each contributed to its decline. By the time Rome ruled Egypt, the labyrinth had become something of a faded legend, its scale and splendor reduced to tales of travelers, its exact location growing uncertain as landmarks vanished beneath drifting dunes. Eventually, it became little more than a haunting myth, a name mentioned in passing by ancient writers, a ghost whose memory lingered in folklore, but whose reality slowly dissolved into doubt. And so the labyrinth waited, silent beneath layers of earth and sand, untouched for centuries. It became the province of myth rather than reality, receding from memory until modern archaeology began to reawaken interest in Egypt's storied past. In the 19th century, scholars armed with shovels and curiosity began excavations near Hawara, hoping to confirm or refute Herodotus's tantalizing description. They found tantalizing clues, massive stones arranged deliberately, the outline of foundations suggesting colossal scale. British archaeologist Flinders Petrie, renowned for his rigorous methods, uncovered extensive ruins, corridors, and rooms consistent with ancient descriptions, yet even he acknowledged the vastness of the task. What he discovered seemed only the faintest shadow of the labyrinth described by Herodotus. Subsequent efforts yielded more clues, though each discovery brought fresh questions. Ground-penetrating radar and modern scanning technologies revealed possible hidden chambers beneath Hawara's sands, large voids and structures suggesting complex architecture buried deep underground. Yet every attempt to access these chambers faced obstacles: collapsing tunnels, flooding from groundwater seepage, or simply logistical challenges that made excavation difficult and costly. Skeptics argued the so-called Labyrinth was merely the exaggerated product of ancient imaginations, a simple mortuary temple elaborated in myth over centuries. Yet believers pointed insistently to the fragments uncovered, arguing passionately that beneath the sands lay exactly the astonishing structure Herodotus had chronicled. In recent decades, international teams of archaeologists have returned repeatedly to Hawara, employing technology ever more sophisticated, satellite imaging, seismic surveys, digital mapping, to peel back the Earth's layers without disrupting delicate ruins. Each survey deepened the intrigue, revealing a sprawling complex extending far beyond initial estimates, a vast interconnected web of subterranean chambers and corridors consistent with ancient descriptions. Yet still, definitive proof eludes discovery. The labyrinth remains tantalizingly out of reach, refusing to surrender its secrets completely. Why has it proven so elusive? Perhaps because it was meant to be elusive, designed not for ease of discovery, but precisely to challenge seekers across millennia. Perhaps, too, it has suffered from natural forces, earthquakes, erosion, rising water tables, all conspiring to obscure and damage delicate structures. Or perhaps the labyrinth itself guards a deeper secret, a spiritual truth embedded within its architecture, waiting only for the right conditions, technological, historical, even spiritual, to finally yield its meaning. The lost labyrinth of Hawara endures today as a haunting enigma, drawing scholars, archaeologists, and dreamers to ponder its meaning and reality. It represents more than stone and passageways. It embodies humanity's timeless quest to understand our place in the cosmos, to confront the unknown, and to navigate the labyrinthine paths of existence itself. Beneath Egypt's sands lies either history's greatest architectural marvel or its most beguiling myth, perhaps both at once. Perhaps one day, the shifting sands will relent and the labyrinth will emerge, offering clarity at last. Until then, it remains what it always has been, a puzzle crafted in stone, whispered by history, and held within the silence of Egypt's eternal desert. Beneath the relentless Egyptian sun, on the wind-swept edges of a desert plateau overlooking the Nile, a monument rose from the sands unlike any the world had ever seen. It ascended toward the heavens, not in the gently sloping plains of older tombs, nor in the rugged humps of burial mounds, but in precise stepped terraces, each one carefully measured, each stone meticulously placed. The pyramid's striking symmetry carved itself against the shimmering sky, a testament to human ingenuity so profound that future generations would whisper that its creator had touched the divine. They called him Imhotep, a name that would one day echo through history not merely as the identity of a gifted architect or powerful vizier, but as an almost mythical figure whose wisdom transcended human limitations. Yet, for all his brilliance and renown, Imhotep's final resting place, a tomb that should have stood proudly among Egypt's greatest monuments, was lost, its location vanishing into legend and silence. Imhotep lived nearly 5,000 years ago, at the dawn of Egypt's Old Kingdom, under the reign of the pharaoh Djoser. Ancient texts remember him as a man of profound wisdom, whose talents were so broad that no single title could fully encapsulate him. He served as chancellor, priest, healer, astrologer, sage, and above all, architect. He was the first known individual to build in stone rather than mud brick, forever changing Egypt's landscape and setting the foundation for all the great monuments that followed. The step pyramid at Saqqara, designed and built under his guidance, represented more than just a tomb. It was a radical statement, an assertion that man could touch eternity, that death could be transcended through art, ritual, and stone. In an era when most Egyptians lived brief, anonymous lives, Imhotep stood apart, revered even within his own lifetime. Pharaoh Djoser entrusted him not only with constructing his tomb, but with overseeing vast public works, temples, and administrative reforms. Imhotep's influence stretched beyond the capital at Memphis, reaching up and down the Nile. His insight transformed Egypt's architectural imagination, his genius crystallizing in the tiers of stone that seemed to rise impossibly toward the sun. To ancient eyes, it must have appeared that Imhotep was not merely a mortal man, but someone touched by the gods themselves. Yet when his earthly journey ended, quietly, mysteriously, Imhotep vanished from history almost as abruptly as he had appeared. While the pharaohs who followed built lavish tombs for their favored courtiers and advisors, Imhotep's resting place was never clearly identified. His name faded from monuments and inscriptions, submerged beneath the tides of Egypt's changing dynasties. For centuries, scholars wondered how it could be that the greatest mind of Egypt's early civilization had left behind no grand funerary monument, no shrine to honor his memory. Surely the man who had revolutionized the Egyptian understanding of eternity would have ensured a splendid tomb for himself, carefully hidden perhaps, but magnificent nonetheless. Yet the sands of Egypt, when they finally yielded their secrets, revealed no clear trace of Imhotep's tomb. Generations passed, the old kingdom dissolved, replaced by chaos and civil war. The memory of Imhotep lingered in stories passed from generation to generation, gradually evolving from a celebrated historical figure into a semi-mythical sage. By the time of the Middle and New Kingdoms, Imhotep had ascended into legend, venerated as a god of wisdom and healing. Temples were erected in his honor. Pilgrims traveled great distances to seek cures at shrines dedicated to his name, and priests invoked his spirit in prayers. Yet even as he became the object of worship and reverence, the physical location of his tomb remained stubbornly elusive, a ghostly absence haunting the edges of Egypt's vast, silent deserts. As Egyptian civilization continued its majestic trajectory through the centuries, surging into greatness under pharaohs like Amenhotep III, Ramses II, and Tutankhamun, the tomb of Imhotep became a source of fascination, a lost treasure whispered about by priests and scholars, travelers and scribes. By the late period, thousands visited the Step Pyramid complex at Saqqara each year, yet none could point conclusively to Imhotep's resting place. The priests of Memphis whispered that Imhotep had ascended bodily into the heavens, that the gods had taken him, sparing him the indignity of mortal burial. Others claimed that his tomb had been purposefully hidden to protect the divine knowledge within, lest it fall into unworthy hands. The rise of the Greeks under Alexander the Great, and later the Romans, transformed Egypt once again. Greek scholars and physicians saw in Imhotep a precursor to their own medical traditions. They equated him with their god Asclepius, worshipping him alongside their own deities, venerating him in temples dedicated to healing and knowledge. Even as Egypt's political independence faded, Imhotep's reputation only grew, embraced now by conquerors and conquered alike, each generation layering new legends onto the ancient sage whose tomb stubbornly refused to be found. With the passage of more centuries, Egypt fell into the shadow of the medieval era. Sandstorms and desert winds buried ancient temples beneath dunes. Tomb robbers and fortune hunters scoured known burial grounds, searching desperately for hidden treasures. Stories of a lost tomb of a great sage whispered in the winds, tantalizing those who came seeking riches or forbidden knowledge. In dusty manuscripts and faded papyri, medieval scholars noted references to Imhotep's hidden burial place, guarded, they claimed, by magical spells and deadly curses. These rumors grew in strength as the Arab conquest introduced a new chapter, Arabic chroniclers adding their voices to the enduring mystery. When European archaeologists arrived in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the search for Imhotep's tomb began anew, fueled by romantic imagination and a hunger for discovery. Men like Auguste Mariette, Flinders Petrie, and Howard Carter sifted through the sands of Saqqara, Memphis, and the Nile Delta, searching meticulously for clues to the burial of the architect whose genius had shaped an empire. They unearthed magnificent tombs, colossal statues, and forgotten temples, but always Imhotep's resting place evaded them. The scholarly consensus eventually settled around Saqqara, the site of his greatest architectural triumph, as the most logical location for Imhotep's tomb, but decades of careful excavation turned up nothing definitive. In recent years, the search has intensified. Modern archaeologists employing ground-penetrating radar, drone surveys, and careful textual analysis of ancient inscriptions have identified several promising locations. Some claim that Imhotep's tomb lies hidden near the step pyramid itself, perhaps buried beneath later structures or purposely disguised. Others propose alternative sites, temple complexes, sacred precincts once dedicated to his cult, or even a secret chamber beneath a monument not yet fully explored. Yet even today, Imhotep's tomb continues to elude the most determined searchers, wrapped in silence as profound as the desert nights that blanket Saqqara in darkness. Each new excavation yields fragments, broken statues, inscribed stones bearing his name, scraps of papyrus referencing offerings made to him, but nothing concrete. His ultimate resting place remains hidden, tantalizingly close perhaps, yet just beyond the archaeologist's grasp. Why exactly Imhotep's tomb has never been found remains a matter of debate. Perhaps his burial was deliberately obscured, the knowledge of its location known only to a select few who guarded their secret to the grave. Perhaps it was destroyed long ago by tomb robbers or by rival priests who sought to diminish his memory. Or perhaps, most intriguingly, Imhotep chose not to build himself a grand tomb at all, opting instead for a humble burial or even cremation, his true monument not a physical grave, but the architectural legacy he left behind. Indeed, perhaps Imhotep's tomb is not a physical place, but rather a symbolic one, preserved not in stone, but in the enduring influence of his genius. The principles he pioneered, the alignment of monuments with celestial bodies, the intricacies of stone masonry, the fusion of artistic beauty with monumental scale, reverberate through history. Ultimately, the true resting place of Imhotep may never be conclusively discovered. His tomb, if it ever existed, may lie buried beneath sands we have yet to sift, hidden behind passages yet unexplored, or lost forever to time's erosion. Yet perhaps it is fitting that the greatest architect and sage of ancient Egypt left no grand monument to himself. Perhaps Imhotep's greatest legacy is not a tomb carved from stone, but the very act of imagination and genius itself, transcending death, time, and oblivion, forever shaping humanity's conception of the divine and eternal. His tomb then lies not beneath the Egyptian sands, but rather in every stone monument humanity has ever raised toward heaven. At the southern edge of modern Cairo, where the ancient capital of Memphis once stood in grandeur now lost to dust and ruin, there survives a stone that should not exist. Cracked, blackened, and damaged beyond repair, it leans against a wall in the Egyptian museum, unremarkable to most visitors. Its surface, once polished to obsidian sheen, is now scarred with centuries of wear and deliberate defacement. It bears no golden inlays, no triumphant portraits of kings smiting enemies, no scenes of divine coronation. And yet, for those who know how to read what remains, the Shakaba Stone offers something far more precious, a glimpse into the soul of a civilization, a creation myth not of gods in battle or kings in triumph, but of thought, of word, and of the shaping of the cosmos through the quiet precision of mind. Its story begins, at least in name, with Shakaba, a Nubian king of the 25th dynasty who reigned over Egypt in the 8th century BCE during one of its long twilight periods, an age of revival, not innovation, when the glories of the past were already distant. Shakaba was part of the Kushite dynasty, a line of rulers from the south who sought to restore Egypt's ancient traditions, believing themselves not as conquerors, but as stewards of something sacred that had been allowed to wither. It was in this spirit, we are told, that he came into possession of an ancient and decaying papyrus. This document, perhaps found in a temple library in Memphis, was said to be crumbling, its fibres splitting, its ink vanishing beneath the touch of time. Alarmed by the fragility of the wisdom it carried, Shabaka ordered the contents of the scroll carved into a slab of hard, enduring basalt. In doing so, he was not merely preserving knowledge, he was elevating it. He was enshrining an idea in stone, granting it the same permanence as the names of kings, the laws of gods, the victories of dynasties. The result is what we now call the Shakaba Stone, a compact rectangular monument covered in tightly packed lines of hieroglyphic script. At first glance, it appears like any other stele from the later dynastic periods, dense, formal, methodical. But its content is anything but conventional. Unlike the royal decrees, tax records, or temple dedications of its era, the Shakaba Stone preserves a theology, one that may predate the stone itself by more than 1,000 years. It speaks not of kings, but of creation. And at its heart is a god unlike any other in the Egyptian pantheon, Ptah of Memphis. Ptah is not the sky god. He does not ride the sun bark. He is not depicted in rapturous acts of violence or in solar conquest. He is the patron of craftsmen, artisans, architects, the god of form, structure, and shaping. But in the Memphite theology inscribed on the Shakaba Stone, he becomes something even greater, the mind behind all things, the origin not only of the material world, but of the cosmic order itself. Where other Egyptian myths recount the emergence of creation through primal waters and divine copulation, Atum rising from the void, Ra journeying through the sky, this one offers something different, a universe spoken into being, conceived in intellect and uttered through language. It begins not with a bang, but with a thought. According to the text, all gods come into being through the heart and tongue of Ptah. His heart, which in Egyptian understanding was the seat of intellect and will, conceives the world, and his tongue speaks it. The heart gives rise to ideas, the tongue gives them voice. And thus, creation is an act of divine logos, thought made manifest through speech. Every element of the world, from the waters of none to the cycle of life and death, arises not from chaos or violence, but from ordered cognition. It is Ptah, the stone says, who gave life to all the gods and their cars through this heart and through this tongue. The gods themselves in this model are not autonomous beings, but aspects of Ptah's will. They emerge from his thoughts, inhabit his words, and enact his command. Even Atum, the self-created god of Heliopolitan tradition, is said to arise through Ptah's intention. In this theology, Memphis supersedes Heliopolis. The creator is not the first mover of the sun, but the silent thinker in the darkness before light. The shaping of the cosmos is not a clash of forces. It is a sentence, an idea, a design. There is something hauntingly modern in this philosophy. It anticipates by thousands of years later conceptions of creation by word and reason. The logos of Hellenistic thought, the word that opens the Gospel of John. It portrays the act of making as rational and deliberate, rather than mystical or chaotic. And it places at the center of existence not brute strength or divine whim, but the sovereign power of mind. The universe, in this view, is an intelligible structure, a crafted thing, born from clarity. Yet this clarity is obscured by the state of the stone itself. Much of the Shakaba Stone is damaged. A large, circular hole pierces the surface, a grinding hole, it's believed, used in later periods for sharpening blades or pounding grain. The thought that a monument to divine creation might have been reduced to kitchenware is both tragic and strangely apt. It reflects the long decay of Egypt's sacred legacy, the way even holy objects can become ordinary under the weight of time and forgetting. The damage is not uniform. Some sections are abraded almost beyond recognition, others remain legible, if difficult. The hieroglyphs are precise but compact, with phrases compressed and crowded, suggesting the engravers were attempting to fit as much as possible into a finite surface. Scholars have noted that the script reflects archaisms, deliberate imitations of Old Kingdom styles, perhaps as a way of lending greater weight to the ideas contained within. If the content was ancient, the script had to feel ancient as well. But questions remain about the stone's origins. Was it truly inscribed at Shabaka's command? Or was the attribution a later flourish, meant to lend legitimacy to a much older myth? The absence of corroborating versions has only deepened the mystery. No papyrus version of the Memphite theology has ever been recovered. No earlier references to the complete text exist. The stone stands alone, its own witness, its own artifact. What fragments survive offer tantalizing clues. The text does not merely recount theology, it stages it. It presents a dramatic structure in which gods speak, act, and react. Horus and Seth, rivals in other myths, appear here as functions of harmony and disunity. Their struggle is not framed as civil war, but as the balance between opposites, dualities within the mind of Ptah, resolved through order rather than domination. The political metaphor is unmistakable. Just as the gods find unity through the design of Ptah, so too must Egypt's factions find peace through centralized will. The king, then, becomes the earthly embodiment of this harmonizing force. This notion may have held special resonance for Shabaka himself. As a Kushite ruler presiding over a fragmented land, torn between competing dynasties and foreign encroachments, he would have been deeply invested in the idea of unity through divine mind. By reviving the Memphite theology, or perhaps by authoring it anew in the language of antiquity, he could frame his own rule as a restoration, not just of political stability, but of cosmic order. To reign was to harmonize, to speak was to create. That the stone was later defaced, damaged not by accident but perhaps by deliberate act, only adds to its aura. Was it a priest, rejecting a theology too cerebral for public rites? Was it a rival dynasty, seeking to erase a philosophy that contradicted their own dogmas? Or was it simple neglect, the slow wearing away of sanctity in a world growing distant from its myths? We cannot know. The grinding hole stares like an open wound, and the gaps in the text leave us with half-thoughts, trailing sentences, meanings that will never be recovered. And yet, the stone speaks still. For generations, scholars have pored over its verses, translating, retranslating, arguing over syntax, debating the implications of a single glyph. Philosophers have noted its echoes in Stoic thought, its prefiguring of Neoplatonic ideas. Theologians have marveled at its insistence on logos, on creation through reason and word. It is not merely a relic, it is a theory of being, etched in volcanic stone. What the Shabaka stone offers is not spectacle but structure. It reveals a civilization unafraid to think deeply about its gods, not merely to worship them, but to systematize them, to arrange the heavens with the care of an architect drawing blueprints. It testifies to an Egypt that understood the world as a web of functions, each named, each spoken, each rooted in the will of a silent, unseen intellect. In doing so, it challenges the assumption that ancient religion was purely mythical, unthinking, or naive. Here, the myth is not fantasy, it is metaphysics. One must imagine the stone as it once was, whole, gleaming, displayed in a temple courtyard or palace antechamber. Priests would have read its lines aloud in ritual, affirming the structure of the world through recitation. Scribal students may have copied its verses, marveling at the elegance of its symmetry. Kings might have nodded in approval, seeing their own authority reflected in the order it described. And commoners, if allowed to glimpse it, might have passed by unaware that this slab of stone held not laws or oaths, but something far stranger, the mind of a god, frozen in text. Now it stands behind glass, chipped and dark, its upper corners missing, its lower surface marred. But its weight endures. To stand before it is to feel a pressure, not of grandeur, but of density. One senses that something ancient is trying to emerge from behind the cracks. Not a voice exactly, but a logic, a pattern, a whisper that beneath all change, all conflict, all birth and death, there is a structure that persists. That creation is not merely what is made, but what is understood. That the first act of making was not a spark, but a thought. In this way, the Shakaba Stone endures not as a fossil, but as a mirror. It reflects what Egypt believed about the beginning of all things, and what we, in our own age, continue to search for in our science, our stories, and our silence. A pattern, a reason, a word. The desert east of the Nile still bears its outlines, faint, weather-worn, half-consumed by the sands, but unmistakably present. They form a ghost city, its avenues silent beneath the sun, its temples crumbled into shapeless ruin, its houses hollow and dry as bones. From a distance it is hard to see anything at all. The wind moves freely here, carrying grains of sand through open doorways and across cracked courtyards, brushing against stone stellae carved with a sun disk and long-reaching rays. This was once Akhenaten, the horizon of the Aten, the capital city of a god that almost no one worships anymore, and of a king who tried to change the world and was nearly erased for it. Amarna, as it is known now, was not meant to be a footnote. When Pharaoh Akhenaten commanded its construction around 1346 BCE, he envisioned something eternal, a city born not of dynastic convenience or military necessity, but of divine revelation. He would move his court from Thebes and abandon the cult of Amun, whose sprawling priesthood had become a kingdom unto itself. In its place, he elevated a singular god, Aten, the sun disk itself, source of all light and life. Not hidden in sacred darkness or imagined in human form, Aten shone openly on all creation. In its rays, the king saw not only a deity but an answer, pure, abstract, ever-present. To serve this god, he built a city from nothing. It rose rapidly along a stretch of Nile Valley bordered by cliffs. The ground here was flat and open, unclaimed by older cults or rival cities. Akhenaten marked the boundary stones himself, carving declarations into the rock proclaiming that this place was chosen by Aten and would serve no other. The city's layout was unlike anything before it. Long, open avenues leading directly to the main temple, palaces set close to religious centers, residences laid out in regular grids. Everything was oriented toward the light. Buildings had open courtyards and thin walls, no towering pylons, no dark sanctuaries hidden within thick masonry. Even the grand temple to Aten was open to the sky, no roof to obstruct the rays of the god. It was not a place of shadows but of sunlight, and it was in sunlight that the rituals were performed. Akhenaten moved quickly. The old gods were exiled from official memory. Amun's name was chiseled from monuments. Images of the king now showed him with elongated limbs, sunken cheeks, strange features that defied the idealized form of divine kingship. He appeared with his family in intimate poses, playing with his daughters, kissing his wife Nefertiti, while the sun's rays descended around them, each ending in a tiny hand that reached out to anoint or bless. The art of Amarna was fluid, naturalistic, filled with movement and domestic warmth. In these reliefs and frescoes, the pharaoh seemed not a distant deity, but a man in love, a father, a husband, a worshipper under the same sun as his people. But beneath the warmth of the imagery lay something colder. Akhenaten ruled as an absolute theocrat. He was the only one who could speak to Aten. There were no priests of Aten as intermediaries. Only the king and his family could serve the god directly. The temples required no dark processions, no hidden oracles. They were stages for the king's devotion. Rituals became royal performances. Bureaucracy was reordered. Temples to the old gods fell into disrepair. Officials who resisted were dismissed. Those who embraced the new order were rewarded. For 17 years, this bold experiment in monotheism, or something close to it, flourished in the court at Amarna. And then it ended. The collapse did not come all at once, but its consequences were swift and profound. After Akhenaten's death, perhaps hastened by disease or political pressure or the weight of his own reforms, the experiment unravelled. His successors, notably the young and malleable Tutankhaten, reversed the changes. The boy pharaoh changed his name to Tutankhamun. The court returned to Thebes. The priests of Amun reclaimed their authority. The old temples reopened, their statues restored. Amarna was abandoned. Not sacked, not destroyed in conquest, but simply left behind, swallowed slowly by the desert. Over time, its walls fell, its gardens died, its people scattered, its name faded from public records. It was as though the city, and the god it honoured, had never existed. And yet, its bones remained. The ruins of Amarna, rediscovered centuries later by archaeologists, tell a different story from the official records. They reveal a city built with sudden urgency: mud brick houses, administrative offices, bakeries, granaries, warehouses. Thousands of people lived here. Artisans, scribes, soldiers, bureaucrats. The layout of homes shows clear social divisions: large villas for nobles, modest clusters for workers. Everything suggests a society rapidly mobilized around a new vision, one with both hierarchy and energy. In the royal precinct, vast palaces once stood, now reduced to foundations and fragments, but still hinting at a fleeting opulence. Painted floor tiles show birds and flowers. Carved lintels name high officials. A single fragment bears the image of Nefertiti, her face sharp and serene, still commanding even in broken stone. It is the temple precinct, though, that evokes the greatest silence. The great temple of the Aten was vast, its open courts stretching beneath the sky, its offering tables arranged in long, sunlit rows. The god had no statue, no inner chamber, no shrine. Its presence was in the sunlight itself. To walk these empty spaces now is to feel something uncanny, not just loss, but erasure. Here, a god once stood and was worshipped with fervour. Here, a king declared a new world, radiant and pure, and here it all vanished, not with blood, but with neglect. The sun still shines on the stones, but no one bows to it. The altar stones remain, but the offerings are dust. The fate of Amarna reveals something deeper about power, belief, and memory. Akhenaten's reforms were not merely theological. They were political, architectural, cultural. He sought not to add a new god, but to replace a system, to reorder the very structure of Egyptian life. And for a time he succeeded. But when he died, his revolution proved fragile. It had no roots beyond the palace walls. The people had not embraced Aten as they had embraced Amun. The temples of Thebes had stood for centuries. Aten's sanctuary stood for a single generation. The erasure was thorough. His name disappeared from king lists. His monuments were dismantled. Statues were smashed. Reliefs defaced. Where his god had reigned, the old pantheon was restored with unshakable force. Akhenaten became a ghost, an interlude, a heretic to be forgotten. Even the name Amarna, which today defines the era, comes not from the city itself, but from a modern village nearby. The king who dreamed of eternal sunlight became a figure lost in shadow. And yet, in a paradox worthy of the pharaoh himself, that very act of erasure preserved something. Because his city was abandoned and never rebuilt, it was not buried beneath layers of newer construction. When archaeologists returned, they found its outline remarkably intact. Streets, homes, temples, all frozen in a single moment, unmodified by later centuries. Amarna became a time capsule, a snapshot of an idea that bloomed and died within a single reign. It is one of the most complete ancient cities ever uncovered, not because it endured, but because it was forgotten. The questions linger. Did Akhenaten believe truly in Aten, or was the god a political tool to undermine priestly power? Was his vision madness or genius? Was the art of Amarna a burst of realism and tenderness, an outlier, or a glimpse of what might have been? We do not know. And yet, something of the king survives. In every ray of sun that falls on the crumbling bricks of his vanished city, there is a whisper of his voice. In the quiet paths that once led to altars open to the sky, there is a memory not of failure but of daring. Akhenaten tried to change the world not through conquest but through light, through a god without image, a worship without shadow. His city died, his god fell silent, but the dream he built in stone for all its ruin still stands, alone in the desert, waiting for the sun to rise. Beneath the sun-bleached ruins of Abydos, one of ancient Egypt's most sacred sites, associated for millennia with kingship, the afterlife, and the mythic resurrection of Osiris, lies a structure unlike any other in the region. Set partially below ground level, flanked by the more orderly and canonical forms of traditional temple architecture, the Osirion appears at first glance like a paradox carved into stone. Its massive granite blocks, megalithic construction, and austere simplicity mark it apart from the intricate reliefs and delicate masonry of the nearby Temple of Seti I, to which it is physically attached but stylistically alien. It is a place that seems to defy architectural context and historical clarity, a structure that, for over a century, has puzzled archaeologists, invited speculation, and inspired theories that extend far beyond the conventional bounds of Egyptian history. Discovered in the early 20th century by archaeologists Sir Flinders Petrie and his associate Margaret Murray, the Osirion was initially concealed beneath layers of sand and debris, a sunken rectangle cut into the desert floor behind the rear chapel of Seti's temple. When excavation revealed its layout, the first impression was one of brute monumentality. Unlike the elegant limestone corridors of the adjacent temple complex, the Osirion was built from cyclopean red granite blocks, some weighing dozens of tons, stacked and aligned with precision. The central chamber, partially filled with water from the high water table, is ringed by a trench or moat, crossed by a narrow stone causeway leading to a central island. Around this island stand towering granite pillars, each one squared and severe, lacking the decoration or flourish typical of New Kingdom architecture. The surrounding halls are likewise unadorned, blank, immense, and enigmatic. To the untrained eye, the Osirion might seem more akin to a structure from the Old Kingdom or even pre-dynastic Egypt than to the elegant 19th dynasty temple that looms above it. This apparent anachronism has fueled decades of debate. How could a structure so stylistically distinct, so clearly different in form and execution, have been built in conjunction with Seti I's otherwise highly refined and symbolically rich temple? Some scholars have suggested that the Osirion represents a deliberate archasing style, meant to evoke the architecture of Egypt's mythic past. Others have speculated that it was a repurposed site, already ancient when Seti's temple was constructed, and integrated into the larger religious complex for symbolic reasons. Still others have proposed that it served a ritual function unique enough to justify a departure from conventional building techniques, perhaps as a tomb, perhaps as a cenotaph, perhaps as a cosmic model of the underworld itself. The mystery is heightened by the fact that the Osirion is one of the few places in Egypt where the water table seems to have been embraced as a feature of design, rather than an obstacle to be overcome. Even in antiquity, the chamber appears to have held water year-round, lending it an air of otherworldly stillness. Visitors who descend into its central pit today find the granite columns reflected in a dark, unmoving surface, creating a mirrored symmetry that feels less architectural than metaphysical. The chamber is quiet, cool, and close, the massive stones looming in silence. The atmosphere is not one of grandeur, but of weight, both literal and symbolic. Egyptian texts refer to Abydos as the burial place of Osiris, the god of the dead, resurrection, and eternal kingship. In myth, Osiris was dismembered by his brother Seth, reassembled by his sister wife Isis, and brought back to life long enough to father Horus, the falcon-headed avenger who would inherit the throne of the living. Abydos, as the spiritual epicenter of this myth, became the site of annual passion plays reenacting the god's death and rebirth. Pilgrims came to Abydos seeking connection with Osiris, believing that to be buried there, or to leave behind a stele, a name, or even a token, was to secure a place in the next life. In this context, the Osirion has often been interpreted as a symbolic tomb, a representation of the watery underworld through which the soul of the deceased must pass, or perhaps even as the mythic mound of creation rising from the primordial waters. There are references to Osiris's burial in the hidden place at Abydos, and some have argued that the Osirion was built to embody that hiddenness, a subterranean chamber shielded from sunlight carved into the earth, surrounded by water, accessible only by narrow passage. Yet, curiously, there are no clear inscriptions within the Osirion itself to confirm its exact function. The lack of carved texts or detailed reliefs is unusual for a religious monument, especially one located in so prominent a cult center. This silence has led some to wonder whether the Osirion was ever completed, or whether it was built with deliberate restraint, designed to house mysteries that words could not adequately express. The layout of the Osirion also invites comparison with other ritual structures in Egypt and beyond. The central island surrounded by water echoes the concept of the primeval mound, the first land to emerge from the chaos of Nun in Egyptian cosmology. The water-filled trench has been interpreted as a representation of the celestial river or the waters of renewal, while the unadorned pillars may symbolize the stability and permanence of Ma'at, the cosmic order. The starkness of the structure may have been intentional, meant to strip away distractions and focus the initiate's attention on the raw experience of entering a space that blurred the boundary between the physical and the divine. Over time, the Osirion has drawn the attention not only of traditional Egyptologists, but also of alternative historians and fringe theorists, many of whom point to its megalithic qualities and unconventional style as evidence of a pre-dynastic origin or of lost technologies. Some suggest that the Osirion predates Seti's temple by centuries or even millennia, constructed by a civilization whose methods have since vanished from history. They cite the immense size of the granite blocks, the lack of tool marks consistent with known ancient techniques, and the absence of foundational texts as signs of a deeper mystery. For these theorists, the Osirion is a smoking gun, a relic of a forgotten epoch, perhaps Atlantean in nature, that challenges the linear timeline of Egyptian civilization. Mainstream scholars remain cautious in the face of such claims. While the architecture is undoubtedly unusual, there is evidence that links the Osirion to the 19th dynasty, including inscriptions on the upper retaining walls that reference Seti I by name. These may not prove that Seti commissioned the Osirion from scratch, but they do suggest a conscious incorporation into his larger temple complex. The prevailing academic view is that the Osirion was built under Seti's reign in a deliberate archaic style, intended to evoke the sacred past and underscore the king's role as a restorer of ancient traditions. This interpretation aligns with other aspects of Seti's reign, including his meticulous attention to religious detail and his patronage of temples dedicated to old and powerful gods. Yet the questions persist. Why such a drastic departure in style? Why sink a chamber so deep into the earth, surround it with water, and build it from such massive stones when the rest of the temple adheres to traditional forms? If it was merely symbolic, why not express that symbolism with the usual clarity of relief and hieroglyph? The Osirion resists easy answers. In the centuries after Seti, the Osirion appears to have fallen into gradual disuse, its chambers slowly filling with sand and Nile seepage. Later dynasties continued to venerate Osiris at Abydos, building chapels and processional routes, but the deeper mysteries of the Osirion faded into obscurity. Its very strangeness, which had once lent it spiritual gravity, may have led to its eventual abandonment. By the time Greek travelers came to Egypt in the late 1st millennium BCE, the Osirion was already forgotten, buried beneath sediment, its waters undisturbed. Modern excavation has only partially lifted the veil. The structure remains half submerged for much of the year, accessible only through careful navigation and conservation work. Scholars debate its purpose, its date, and its meaning, but few deny its power. Visitors who descend into its central chamber speak of a change in atmosphere, The way sound moves differently between the granite blocks, the way the air cools despite the desert heat above. There is no decoration, no liturgy carved in stone, no obvious indication of what took place there. But the space itself speaks. It whispers of thresholds crossed, of rites enacted in silence, of a god who died and returned, not in triumph but in solemn continuity. The Osirion at Abydos stands today as a monument to ambiguity. It is at once a masterpiece of ancient engineering and a riddle without a solution, a testament to the sophistication of Egyptian religious architecture, and an outlier that defies conventional classification. It offers no clear narrative, no definitive interpretation, only the steady reminder that the past is not always legible, and that some structures were built not to instruct, but to evoke. It is a place where stone meets water, where darkness meets reflection, where the weight of granite anchors something older than belief. For those who seek clarity, it offers none. But for those who can sit with mystery, it offers a space unlike any other, a chamber where the gods may once have walked, and where even now something lingers just beyond the edge of understanding. On the windswept plateau of Giza, beneath the burning glare of the Egyptian sun, the Great Pyramid of Khufu has stood for more than 45 centuries, silent yet eloquent, withholding many of its deepest secrets behind tons of carefully laid stone. It is a monument whose sheer presence draws awe and reverence, an enigmatic colossus built at the zenith of Egypt's old kingdom. Yet, amid the grandeur and the countless layers of stone hidden within the heart of the pyramid, lie 4 peculiar passages whose very existence has confounded generations of explorers, archaeologists and scholars. These narrow tunnels, so-called air shafts, rise at strange angles from deep within the pyramid's interior chambers and terminate abruptly without reaching the outside. Their true purpose remains elusive, cloaked in both literal and metaphorical darkness. From the moment the modern age breached the silent corridors of the Great Pyramid, these shafts have puzzled even the keenest minds. Measuring scarcely 20 centimeters square, they ascend obliquely through the monumental masonry, their paths precisely engineered, cutting through solid limestone with remarkable consistency. 2 originate from the king's chamber, rising diagonally upward toward the outer skin of the structure. 2 more emerge from the queen's chamber, deeper in the pyramid, yet these queen's chamber shafts never pierce the pyramid's outer casing. They end mysteriously, sealed by solid blocks that give no hint of their true intent. Why would ancient Egyptian builders, who executed every aspect of this astonishing structure with such meticulous precision, carve such intricate channels only to lead them nowhere? Initially, scholars speculated these enigmatic channels might indeed have been intended as literal air shafts, ventilation conduits designed to provide fresh air to workers and priests who might spend long hours within the sealed chambers. But, upon closer examination, this hypothesis begins to falter. The precision of their construction, the sealing of the Queen's chamber shafts and their small, restrictive dimensions, too narrow to permit comfortable airflow or human passage, suggest that mundane practicality was likely not their purpose. Moreover, in a structure so overwhelmingly ceremonial and symbolic, practicality alone seems strangely out of place. Another theory arose, more esoteric and intriguing. Perhaps these shafts served a spiritual function. In the ancient Egyptian religious imagination, the pyramids were not mere tombs, they were cosmic gateways constructed to guide the pharaoh's soul toward the heavens, ensuring eternal life among the stars. If so, these passages might be symbolic pathways meant for the spirit to ascend after death. Could they have been intended as celestial corridors, symbolic routes through which the pharaoh's soul, known as the Ba, might rise and join the constellations overhead? To the Egyptians, the afterlife was a place of unending beauty, an eternal realm reflecting the ordered perfection of the cosmos. A pyramid was both earthly tomb and heavenly portal, a structure that straddled the boundaries of the known and unknown worlds. In this interpretation, the mysterious shafts take on a profound symbolic resonance. They become the pharaoh's celestial highways, channels of spiritual ascension carved in stone. Indeed, astronomical alignments quickly drew attention as researchers delved deeper. During the late 20th century, scholars discovered that the shafts from the king's chamber were aligned towards significant stars visible during the pyramid's construction. The southern shaft was pointed toward Orion's belt, a constellation Egyptians identified with the god Osiris, sovereign of the afterlife and embodiment of eternal rebirth. The northern shaft pointed toward Thuban, a star located in the constellation Draco, then serving as the pole star around which the heavens rotated. To ancient Egyptians, aligning monumental structures with such celestial markers was not mere decoration. It was an act of profound cosmic resonance, linking the terrestrial world directly to the eternal realms above. Yet even this cosmic hypothesis does not fully satisfy the puzzle. Why, then, are the Queen's chamber shafts sealed so deliberately, abruptly terminating within the stone structure itself? What was their symbolic purpose if they never reached toward the stars or the open air? Such questions linger stubbornly, feeding further speculation. Some theorists propose that the shafts, especially those in the Queen's chamber, may have been purely symbolic, channels representing the pharaoh's spiritual ascent rather than literal pathways. Perhaps they were sealed deliberately to represent an initiation, a mystical journey that began within the pyramid's heart and required no physical completion. Or perhaps they were meant to guide the pharaoh's soul invisibly, their sealed ends acting as symbolic barriers between life and death, tangible reminders of the boundary separating mortal existence from eternal rebirth. Adding complexity, modern technology has deepened rather than clarified the mystery. In the early 1990s, robotic probes equipped with miniature cameras navigated these narrow shafts, delivering extraordinary insights, but also raising new questions. In 1993, engineer Rudolf Gantenbrink's small robot named Upuaut 2 crawled slowly through one of the Queen's chamber shafts, inching toward its sealed end. There, it encountered a mysterious limestone door set with metal pins, an utterly unexpected and baffling discovery. What lay beyond that sealed portal? Another probe, years later, drilled through the first door, only to find another similar slab a few inches further along, as if deliberately obstructing any attempt at discovery. What secrets might lie behind those enigmatic barriers, placed so deliberately, yet seemingly without practical explanation? Were they symbolic doors representing spiritual thresholds, or did they hide something more concrete? Perhaps a small hidden chamber, artifacts, or ancient texts? To date, no answer has been forthcoming, and the true nature of these closures remains tantalizingly unresolved. Beyond their immediate practical or symbolic functions, the air shafts may also have embodied the ancient Egyptian concept of Ma'at, the divine order that governed the universe. In Egyptian cosmology, everything had its place. Everything followed a precise pattern mirroring celestial harmony. Building the pyramid in strict alignment with the stars, its cardinal points meticulously oriented to the compass directions, its internal architecture calculated with astonishing mathematical precision, was itself a religious act, a manifestation of Ma'at. These shafts, narrow and precisely angled, reflect that same divine symmetry. Perhaps the very act of carving these channels was enough, symbolically uniting Pharaoh's eternal destiny with the cosmic perfection that governed Egyptian belief. Such interpretations leave historians and archaeologists grappling with the frustratingly inconclusive nature of the pyramid's design. The ancients left no explicit records explaining these shafts. Unlike many other elements of Egyptian religious and funerary architecture, no hieroglyphic inscriptions accompany the Great Pyramid's interior spaces. There are no texts, no explanatory murals, no carved invocations, only the stark perfection of stone. This silence itself seems intentional, a part of the pyramid's fundamental mystery, its invitation to endless contemplation. Modern science, so adept at uncovering hidden knowledge, stands humbled before the enigma. Researchers utilize ground-penetrating radar, thermal imaging, robotics, and microscopic analysis of mortar and stone to glean clues, yet each revelation seems only to deepen the mystery. A recent thermal scan conducted by the International Scan Pyramids team revealed temperature anomalies, suggesting hidden chambers or voids behind some sections of stone. Yet conclusive answers elude investigators. Again and again, each promising path leads only deeper into ambiguity, the pyramid's design offering tantalizing hints but withholding ultimate meaning. The beauty of these air shafts is precisely this irresolvable mystery, the way their presence teases the modern mind, pulling researchers and enthusiasts into the pyramid's web of symbolism and secrecy. They challenge the assumption that every structure must be purely practical. Perhaps their real purpose was indeed spiritual and symbolic, deliberately obscure, a monument to an understanding of the universe that modern perspectives struggle to grasp fully. As visitors today stand gazing up at the Great Pyramid, they see only the vast, silent exterior. Inside, unseen, those tiny passages remain, precise and perplexing, their mouths open to dark chambers filled with echoes of rituals long forgotten. In a structure designed with such rigor and profound symbolism, nothing was left to chance. Every block, every shaft, every angle was deliberate, reflecting profound religious significance and celestial harmony. The air shafts thus symbolize something fundamental about the pyramid itself, an enigmatic connection between humanity and the heavens, between the material and spiritual worlds. They remind us that ancient builders saw no boundary between science and spirituality, no distinction between the physical and metaphysical. Each shaft was both a tangible construction and an intangible symbol, part of an elaborate design whose real meaning lay hidden in the interplay between stars, gods, and kings. And perhaps this ambiguity, this lingering sense of mystery, is precisely the shaft's ultimate purpose. In the end, maybe they were never intended to yield clear answers. They are conduits not just of stone, but of curiosity and awe, inviting endless contemplation of Egypt's timeless cosmic vision. Like so many elements of the pyramid, they force us to confront our own limits of understanding, reminding us gently that there are realms of knowledge beyond reach, mysteries that will endure as long as the Great Pyramid itself stands on the Giza Plateau, watching silently beneath the eternal passage of the stars. The Great Sphinx of Giza has watched the sun rise over Egypt for more than 4,000 years, its gaze fixed on the east as the light creeps across the desert and climbs the limestone bones ends of the pyramids. It is an image so deeply etched into the consciousness of the world that its silhouette needs no explanation. The lion's body stretched across sand like a resting beast, and above it, the human face, calm, enigmatic, patient, and incomplete. For while the Sphinx has endured sandstorms, earthquakes, invasions, and empires, it has not endured whole. Something is missing. The broad, proud nose that once defined the Sphinx's countenance is gone, sheared from the face as if erased by force. It is, in many ways, the most famous absence in human history. The Sphinx's missing nose is not just an aesthetic flaw, it is a question. One carved in stone, but answered only with silence, theory, and conflicting rumor. Who did it? When? And why? The Sphinx has no voice to answer, only the centuries of damage inscribed into its weathered flanks and hollow face. For as long as the Sphinx has been known to the modern world, its nose has been gone. Napoleon Bonaparte, often accused by popular legend of ordering its destruction, arrived in Egypt in 1798 to find the Sphinx already wounded. Sketches made decades earlier, in 1737 by the Danish explorer Frederick Louis Norden, clearly depict the Sphinx without its nose, long before the French artillery supposedly took aim. That myth, so often repeated, collapses under the weight of its own anachronism. The nose was missing long before Napoleon ever set eyes on Giza. So who then was responsible for this act of desecration? Some blame iconoclasts. In the 14th century, an Egyptian Sufi named Muhammad Sa'im al-Daha reportedly grew enraged by local peasants who offered offerings to the Sphinx in hopes of better harvests. Seeing these gestures as pagan idolatry, al-Daha is said to have defaced the statue in righteous fury. According to accounts written centuries after the fact, he took a chisel and struck at the Sphinx's face until the nose crumbled. For this act of piety or vandalism, depending on one's view, he was reportedly executed. It's a compelling story, but like many compelling stories, it is thin on evidence. The first mention of this tale appears in the writings of Arab historian al-Makrizi, who lived in the 15th century, long after the supposed event occurred. There are no contemporary accounts to verify it, no inscriptions or documentation from Al-Dah's time. His legend arrives fully formed in hindsight, stitched together from cultural memory and perhaps political projection. Still, some believe the tale holds truth, that the Sphinx, long buried in sand with only its head visible, became a battleground between belief systems, that its face was not merely a face but a symbol, one some sought to preserve and others to destroy. Others look deeper, literally, into the stone itself. The Sphinx is carved from a single ridge of limestone, and though the body has suffered the most from erosion, the face shows signs of both weathering and human damage. In the 1920s and 30s, French archaeologist Émile Barrès undertook one of the first modern restorations of the Sphinx. During that excavation, he found clear signs of deliberate chiseling around the nose area. Vertical gouge marks remain on either side of the bridge, suggesting that the nose was not eroded away naturally, but rather intentionally broken and removed. This points not to the slow passage of time, but to the focused force of human hands. But which hands? No definitive answer exists. No tool fragments, no direct records, no inscriptions identifying the culprit. The Sphinx itself says nothing. Only the marks remain, mute evidence of violence, stripped of context. Theories proliferate in the vacuum, that Roman soldiers used the Sphinx for target practice, that Mamluks vented their frustration against the pagan monument, that early Christians or Muslims seeking to efface ancient symbols struck the Sphinx's face as a warning to the past. Some go further still, proposing darker origins, secret groups, colonial greed, esoteric symbolism. These theories spiral into the realm of speculation, fueled by the Sphinx's very aura of mystery. The more we look at the statue, the more it seems to look back, its expression unreadable, its intentions unknowable. The missing nose becomes not just a historical curiosity, but a cipher, inviting projection and myth. One might expect that such an iconic figure would yield more to modern technology. Laser scans, photogrammetry, and digital modelling have all been applied to the Sphinx in recent decades. These tools reveal the stresses in the limestone, the repair work done over centuries, and the subtle curves of erosion, but they do not answer the central question. They cannot tell us when the final blow fell, or by whose hand. Part of the difficulty lies in the Sphinx's very age. Carved, most scholars agree, during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE, the statue has endured the longest span of recorded human civilization. Over those 4,500 years, it has known neglect as often as reverence. Periods of devotion gave way to centuries of burial, when the desert sand swallowed the body and left only the head exposed. For much of its history, the Sphinx was not visible in full. Its rediscovery and excavation in modern times have brought it back to the surface, but not out of mystery. Its purpose, even today, is still debated. Was it a guardian of the necropolis? A divine representation of royal power? A star-aligned monument? And why was it left alone in isolation, without accompanying inscriptions to clearly declare its builder or meaning? The missing nose only deepens these questions. In ancient Egypt, the nose held particular significance. To damage the nose of a statue was not merely to deface it, it was to nullify it. Egyptian belief held that statues were vessels for the soul or essence of the person depicted. By breaking the nose, one severed the link between stone and spirit, preventing breath, the source of life, from entering the form. In this context, the nose's removal was not vandalism but ritual assassination. If that interpretation is correct, then the Sphinx's missing nose is not an accident of time, nor the collateral damage of war, but a deliberate act of symbolic power, a final blow meant to silence a god. But by that measure, it failed. For despite its wound, the Sphinx remains. It endures with a presence that is almost impossible to describe, a sense that one is not merely looking at a statue, but being looked at in return. It draws millions of visitors each year, each one pausing, photographing, wondering. They crane their necks upward, gaze at the expression carved in half light and shadow, and try to imagine the face complete. Some conjure fantasies of restoration, picturing what the Sphinx might look like whole. Others prefer it as it is, damaged, ambiguous, eternal. Its broken face speaks more powerfully than perfection ever could. In many ways, the mystery of the missing nose is the mystery of the Sphinx itself, a question left deliberately unanswered, an invitation to contemplation. A monument not just to the ingenuity of ancient craftsmen, but to the vast gulf of time and to the silence that waits behind every grand symbol. Perhaps, in the end, the nose is gone because something or someone feared what it represented. Or perhaps it was taken for no reason at all by someone lost to history. Either way, the Sphinx remains, nose or no nose, as it always has, still silent and watching. In the vast ledger of ancient Egyptian kings, whose reigns are carved into temple walls and etched onto obelisks, few names provoke more fascination or more discomfort than that of Akhenaten. He was a pharaoh like no other, a visionary to some, a madman to others, remembered not for conquest or colossal building projects, but for attempting something almost unthinkable in his time. He declared that all the gods of Egypt were shadows. Only one god was real, he said, Aten, the disk of the sun, a radiant presence that gave life to all but took no form, accepted no statue, and spoke only through light. In a land where religion was not merely belief, but the axis of civilization itself, woven into law, architecture, the rising of the Nile, and the movements of the stars. This declaration was nothing less than a seismic upheaval. It was not just heresy, it was revolution, and it left Egypt reeling. The man who had become Akhenaten was born as Imhotep IV, a prince of the 18th dynasty, heir to a golden age of empire. His father, Amenhotep III, reigned during one of the most prosperous and culturally vibrant periods in Egyptian history. Trade flourished, temples expanded, the gods were richly honored. It was a time when Amun of Thebes reigned supreme, his name invoked in every prayer, his priests more powerful than some provincial governors, his temples the largest and wealthiest in the land. Amun's cult had grown so vast that it rivaled even the authority of the throne, and into this world stepped a prince with strange ideas and a stranger face. No one knows exactly what triggered Amenhotep IV's transformation. Perhaps it began during his adolescence, as he studied sacred texts and watched the sun rise above the Nile, his thoughts turning not to Amun's hidden mysteries, but to the sheer force of light, the tangible power of the sun itself. Perhaps it began in illness or dream, some vision that whispered a new truth. Or perhaps it was political, a move to unseat the power of the entrenched priesthood and recenter authority in the crown. Whatever the origin, when Amenhotep IV came to the throne, something began to shift. He built temples not to Amun, but to Aten, the sun's disk, portrayed not as a god in human form, but as a radiant orb, its rays ending in tiny hands that offered life, bread, and breath. There was no statue of Aten, no face, only light. In the early years of his reign, he remained at Thebes, following the traditions of his forebears, at least outwardly. But within a few years, the transformation accelerated. He changed his name to Akhenaten, effective for the Aten, and declared that his god was not one among many, but the one true source of life. The pantheon of Egyptian deities, Osiris, Isis, Thoth, Anubis, Horus, Sekhmet, Bastet, and hundreds more, was cast aside. Their temples fell silent, their names were chiseled from stone, their statues buried, their priests dismissed. The religious apparatus of centuries was dismantled in a matter of years, and then, in one of the most dramatic acts of his rule, Akhenaten abandoned Thebes altogether. He left behind the great temples of Karnak and Luxor, the tombs of the Valley of the Kings, and the sacred axis that had defined Egypt's religious geography for millennia. In its place, he founded a new city in the desert, Akhenaten, the horizon of the Aten, built in a narrow stretch of desert now known as Amarna. He claimed it had been chosen by the Aten himself. There, between cliffs and river, he would create a city of pure light, free from the corruption of the old gods. It was not merely a capital, it was an experiment in civilization. The layout of Akhenaten reflected its ideology. Gone were the dark, enclosed temples of traditional Egyptian worship with their sacred inner chambers and mysterious rites. The temples of the Aten were open to the sky. Sunlight was the ritual. The pharaoh and his family were depicted not in the stiff, eternal postures of classical Egyptian art, but in naturalistic scenes, embracing their children, kissing, reclining, weeping. Akhenaten himself was portrayed with an elongated skull, wide hips, a distended belly, and narrow face. Features so unusual that later, scholars debated whether he suffered from a genetic disorder, or whether the style was symbolic, an attempt to portray the pharaoh as beyond human, a fusion of male and female, god and man. His queen, Nefertiti, shared in this transformation. She appears in countless reliefs beside her husband, nearly equal in stature, participating in rituals, offering prayers, standing beneath the rays of Aten with upturned hands. Their daughters too were ever present, their heads shaved in the style of children, their gestures expressive and intimate. It was a family-centered theology, intimate and radiant, governed by light and affection. But it was also, in its way, absolute. Akhenaten declared himself the sole intermediary between the Aten and the people. Only through him could the divine light reach Egypt. In this, he replaced not only the old gods but the entire priesthood that had mediated between gods and mortals for 2,000 years. The result was a religion that was at once universal and authoritarian, centered not in myth or ritual, but in the living body of the king. For those who accepted his vision, it was a revolution of light. For others, it was a catastrophe. The bureaucracy strained under the shift. Temples were closed, their wealth seized. Sculptors and scribes were retrained to portray the world in this new style, fluid, expressive, and starkly different from the rigid formalism of earlier art. Some adapted, others did not. In distant provinces, governors and priests quietly maintained older forms of worship. Even in Amarna itself, some households kept small statuettes of the traditional gods tucked away in corners, hidden from the gaze of the Aten. Resistance simmered, but Akhenaten pressed forward, insulated by his vision and his walls of desert. For nearly 2 decades he ruled from Amarna, his court isolated and unorthodox. Foreign correspondence from this period, the famed Amarna letters, reveals a world in flux. Vassal states pleaded for aid, reporting invasions, uprisings, and instability. Some letters suggest that Egypt's grip on its empire weakened during Akhenaten's reign, as the pharaoh devoted his energy to theology rather than diplomacy. Whether this neglect was real or exaggerated remains debated, but the impression is one of a ruler consumed by a singular vision, one who saw not only the mechanics of empire, but the soul of Egypt in need of transformation. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Akhenaten died around 1336 BCE. His body may have been buried in a royal tomb at Amarna, though no confirmed remains have ever been found. In the wake of his death, a shadowy succession unfolded. 1 or 2 ephemeral kings followed, perhaps his son Smenkhkare, perhaps Nefertiti herself ruling in disguise. And then came Tutankhaten, a boy king born in the shadow of revolution, who changed his name to Tutankhamun and returned the court to Thebes. Under his advisors, the old gods were restored, the temples reopened, the statues of Ammon lifted once more. Amarna was abandoned. Its buildings fell to ruin, its artworks were buried or defaced. The names of Akhenaten and Aten were cursed, chiseled from walls, omitted from king lists, declared heresy. His memory was to be erased, his experiment undone. And yet, the mark of Akhenaten was not so easily effaced. Though Egypt buried him in silence, the outlines of his vision endured. In the centuries that followed, monotheistic faiths would rise across the ancient world: Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, Islam, each bearing echoes, faint or strong, of the idea that there is one God, unseen yet omnipresent, whose light gives life to the world. Scholars from antiquity to the present have speculated whether Akhenaten planted the seed of monotheism. Some have gone further, suggesting that Moses, if he existed as described in the Hebrew Bible, may have drawn upon the memory of the heretic king during the Exodus, carrying with him a distilled vision of a singular, invisible deity. These theories remain speculative, unprovable, tantalizing, but they endure. In the modern era, Akhenaten has been alternately reviled and revered. Early Egyptologists saw him as a misguided fanatic. Later writers cast him as a proto-philosopher, a man ahead of his time. Sigmund Freud, in his final book Moses and Monotheism, posited that Moses was an Egyptian priest of Aten who carried Akhenaten's creed into the desert. More recently, scholars have re-examined his reign through the lens of political power, gender identity, art history, and theology. The ruins of Amarna still stand, scattered along the desert floor, half buried beneath dust and silence. The outlines of temples, palaces, and homes linger in the sand, their walls etched with the rays of the Aten, still reaching out with tiny hands. The city was never truly finished, never fortified, never defended. It rose in a dream and fell in a whisper. But its stones remain. So too does the image of Akhenaten himself, gaunt, radiant and strange, his upturned face bathed in the rays of an invisible god. He looks not like other pharaohs, not like other men. He looks like someone reaching toward a light that only he can see. Perhaps it was madness, perhaps it was truth, perhaps it was both. In the stillness of his abandoned city, beneath the endless sun he worshipped, the question still burns. What did he see, and why did he believe it so completely? In the long arc of Egyptian history, Akhenaten is an anomaly, an interruption, a riddle carved in sunlit stone. He built no empire, he left no military triumphs, he cast aside the traditions that made Egypt what it was. And yet, his voice, once silenced, continues to echo. He asked something profound. What if the light itself is divine? What if the multiplicity of gods is but a veil, and behind it shines one eternal presence? In that question lies his legacy, a legacy not of conquest, but of vision. A moment when one man, crowned with absolute power, turned away from all that came before and chose instead to worship light. Whether prophet or heretic, dreamer or tyrant, Akhenaten reminds us that the past is never as fixed as we imagine, that even the most ancient truths can be challenged, and that in the unlikeliest of times, a single voice can try to reshape the world. The names etched into the stones of Egypt's long memory, few carry the same quiet tension as that of Senenmut, a man of modest origins who rose to stand beside kings and gods, who built monuments that still cast their shadows across time, and who vanished from the record as suddenly as he appeared. His story, what we know of it, is interwoven with that of one of Egypt's most remarkable rulers, Hatshepsut, a woman who seized the crown in a man's world and wore it with absolute authority. Their names appear together again and again, carved side by side in hidden chambers, whispered across temple walls, paired in a constellation of architecture, devotion, and silence. What lay between them, what passed in private behind the symmetry of courtyards and pylons, has never been confessed. But the traces remain, in the lines of stone, in the absence of a body, in the way history chooses not to speak. Senenmut's rise was, in itself, astonishing. He was not born to wealth or high priesthood, not the son of a general or governor. His family came from modest stock in the province of Amarna, south of Thebes. His father, Ramose, was literate, a respectable man, but not powerful. Yet Senenmut found his way into the palace, not merely as a functionary, but as an indispensable figure, ascending through titles that grew longer and more luminous with each passing year. He became the steward of the god's wife, the overseer of royal works, the chief architect, the tutor to the Princess Neferura, and, most intimately, the servant of the divine consort. That consort, of course, was Hatshepsut. She had begun as queen to Pharaoh Tuthmose II, and after his death she ruled as a regent for the child heir, Tuthmose III. But regency soon gave way to rulership. Within a few short years, she assumed full pharaonic power, not as queen mother, not as dowager or placeholder, but as king. She took on the symbols of divine authority, the false beard, the Nemes crown, the titulary inscriptions of a male sovereign. She built temples, launched trade expeditions, and ruled with the poise and permanence of any male predecessor. Hers was no token reign, it was an act of will, of supreme political theatre and logistical mastery. But no one rules alone. Behind her, beside her, perhaps even in her shadow, stood Senenmut. He appears everywhere in the architecture of her reign. It is he who oversaw the construction of the Temple of Djeser at Deir el-Bahari, that sublime colonnaded sanctuary that rises in perfect terraces against the cliffs of western Thebes. A temple unlike any that came before it, blending geometry and divinity into a seamless gesture of permanence. His name is inscribed in its foundations, in its shadows, in the very stone that frames her image. He built for her as no man had built for any woman before, not simply in service, but in vision. His craftsmanship elevated her image, and her favour elevated his status. In tombs and chapels and stelae, his name is paired with hers in quiet, precise proximity. And that proximity has long stirred speculation. Some call it loyalty, the pure devotion of a man who saw in his sovereign a figure of divine justice and balance. Others, peering closer at the evidence, see more. They point to the strange liberties taken in his tomb, TT 353, cut into the sheer cliff face overlooking Deir el-Bahari, facing directly toward Hatshepsut's temple across the valley. A tomb fit for a noble, yes, but also unusually grand for a commoner. Inside, a constellation map adorns the ceiling, one of the earliest known in Egypt, a celestial statement of transcendence, intellect, and ambition. On the walls are inscriptions of Senenmut himself, not as a subordinate figure, but in poses of introspective grace, poised between the divine and the earthly. Even more provocative are the hidden chambers beneath the temple complex itself. Deep in the foundations of Djeser, archaeologists uncovered a series of rooms, incomplete and unexplained, bearing inscriptions of Senenmut alone. No other official was afforded such intimacy with the sacred core of the temple. No overseer dared to leave his name inscribed within the womb of the king's sanctuary. And yet, here is Senenmut, present where none should be. His image appears kneeling, not before the gods, but seemingly in silent communion with the structure itself, as though in love not merely with the queen, but with what she represented. Permanence, divinity, power manifest in stone. But there are darker whispers too. In the ruins of Thebes, among the shards and the rubble, there was once found a fragment of graffiti, now lost to time, depicting a man and a woman in a compromising embrace. The man wears the unmistakable insignia of Senenmut. The woman wears the double crown of a pharaoh. Whether this was slander, satire, or mere fantasy, none can say, but it was not written in an official record, nor in a temple carving. It was scratched into plaster, left in the margin of empire, a rumour carved with spite or longing or both. If true, it would mean the bond between them was not only political, but physical. If false, it still points to a perception that such a bond existed. In truth, there is no proof. No love letters, no confessions, no funerary text adorned with mutual declarations. But there are patterns. There is his presence, constant, elevated, irreplaceable. There is her trust, offering him the tutelage of her only daughter, entrusting him with the sanctity of her temple, rewarding him with titles unprecedented for a man of his origin. There is the placement of his tomb, his name, his image, and then there is his disappearance. Toward the end of Hatshepsut's reign, Senenmut vanishes from the record. No grand burial, no completed tomb. His sarcophagus, carefully carved and once placed in a chamber, lies empty. No body was ever found. No records describe his death. He simply ceases to be. Some suggest he fell from favour, others that he died suddenly, without time to finish his burial. Still others whisper of scandal, of secrets buried too deeply for even stone to preserve. In the years following his disappearance, his monuments were not destroyed, at least not immediately. But after Hatshepsut's own memory was attacked, after her images were chiselled from walls and her names erased from king lists, Senenmut too was drawn into the shadow. His statues were defaced. His tomb was left unfinished. Whatever bond had existed, whatever power he had wielded, became dangerous to remember. And yet, even in erasure, something survived. The architecture remains. The lines of his design still define the landscape. The terrace temple rises from the earth like a hymn carved in stone. The astronomy ceiling in his tomb still maps the stars. His fingerprints are everywhere across a reign that redefined Egyptian kingship. Hatshepsut did not simply rule in place of a man. She reimagined what rulership could look like. And in doing so, she needed someone who could build her vision not just in stone, but in silence. Senenmut was that man. Whether he loved her or worshipped her, or simply understood her better than anyone else, remains unspoken. But he stood closer to her than any man dared. The story of Senenmut and Hatshepsut is not a tale of scandal, though many have tried to make it so. It is a story of nearness, of shared ambition, of dangerous intimacy in a world that guarded such bonds with suspicion and myth. In a culture obsessed with balance and order, theirs was an imbalance powerful enough to endure centuries of forgetting. No poet wrote of their connection, yet it survives in the placement of tombs, in the alignment of structures, in the echo of names carved close together in stone. It survives because the silence around it is so loud. And so, Senenmut remains an enigma, a man elevated beyond what his birth allowed, entrusted beyond what custom permitted, and erased with a precision that speaks to secrets no one dared record. He was the right hand of a king who had been born a queen. He was the architect of one of Egypt's most enduring masterpieces. He may have been more. In the quiet chambers of his unfinished tomb, beneath the constellations he mapped into stone, the walls do not speak, but they remember. And in their silence lies a story that history could not quite bring itself to bury. In the sun-drenched valley of Middle Egypt, where the cliffs rise in silent arcs above the ruins of Akhenaten, the once great capital of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the wind whispers through shattered pylons and faded limestone courtyards. The light strikes hard at noon, revealing outlines of frescoes long since eroded, names chipped away by ancient chisels wielded with intention, and corridors that once echoed with the weight of empire now stand quiet and hollowed out. Here, in the ephemeral shell of a city born of revolution and forgotten in less than 2 decades, lies one of the strangest and most contested enigmas of Egyptian history. A pharaoh who reigned briefly during the twilight of the Amarna period, a name half lost to time and tangled in speculation. Smenkhkare. The reign of Smenkhkare sits like a bruise in the records of the late 18th dynasty, visible, undeniable, but difficult to date, harder still to define. He appears suddenly, without clear parentage, background, or coronation, and disappears just as quickly, leaving behind no monumental inscriptions of war or conquest, no sprawling temples or tombs grand enough to mark the presence of a king. His name, when it is found, is often erased or overwritten, scratched out in later purges or buried within ambiguous titulary shared with others. Even the few statues or reliefs attributed to him bear the marks of retrofitting, as though the stone itself struggled to settle on an identity. And it is identity, more than chronology, lineage, or political maneuvering, that defines the mystery of Smenkhkare. The Amarna period, with all its radical departures from tradition, provides fertile soil for ambiguity. It was a time when Akhenaten, born Amenhotep IV, dismantled the age-old religious order, turning Egypt's gaze toward a singular radiant deity, the Aten, the solar disk. Temples were closed, images of the gods defaced, and a new capital, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, was built in the desert to house a new vision of creation. In this brief span of theological upheaval, art and language shifted dramatically. Human figures appeared more elongated, more sensuous, with men and women sharing similar features and poses. The very rules of representation blurred, and so too did the boundaries between roles, titles, and individuals. Into this maelstrom steps Smenkhkare, if only for a moment. His name first appears late in Akhenaten's reign, possibly as a co-regent, possibly as a successor. A few inscriptions show him adorned with the regalia of a pharaoh, crook and flail in hand, the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt upon his brow, and cartouches bearing a full royal titulary. In one surviving relief, he stands alongside Meritaten, eldest daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, who may have served as his queen. But even this scene raises more questions than it answers. The features of Smenkhkare in these images bear striking resemblance to others from the same period: Nefertiti, Akhenaten, even Tutankhaten. The faces share the same androgynous quality, the same delicate lips, high cheekbones, narrow limbs. It becomes difficult to tell one from another, and in the absence of identifying texts, scholars are left to make judgments based on context and conjecture. Was Smenkhkare a man, a woman, a placeholder, a sibling, a name adopted by another entirely? Some propose that he was Akhenaten's younger brother, born of one of Amenhotep III's lesser wives or concubines, elevated to power as a trusted co-ruler during the waning years of Akhenaten's reign. Others suggest he was the older brother of Tutankhaten, born from a different union, perhaps even the son of Khaya, a lesser-known consort of Akhenaten. A few argue that he was not a brother, but a double, perhaps even a disguised identity assumed by Nefertiti herself, stepping into power under a masculine name in the wake of her husband's declining health or death. The theory that Nefertiti and Smenkhkare were the same person is among the most tantalizing and controversial. Nefertiti, queen consort and high priestess of the Aten cult, had been a visible and powerful figure in Akhenaten's reign. Her name appears frequently in official inscriptions, often on equal footing with the pharaoh. She is shown performing rituals, smiting enemies, even wearing the crown of Upper Egypt in scenes typically reserved for kings. In the final years of Akhenaten's life, her name becomes rarer in the archaeological record, coinciding with the sudden appearance of Smenkhkare. To some scholars, this suggests a transition, Nefertiti vanishing not from life, but into a new role, assuming the throne in disguise to preserve dynastic stability. This theory is not without precedent. Other female pharaohs in Egypt's long history had taken male names and titles when ascending to the throne. Hatshepsut, centuries earlier, had worn a false beard and adopted the full titulary of a king. But the case for Nefertiti as Smenkhkare remains circumstantial, resting on overlapping dates, stylistic similarities, and the shared features in surviving art. No surviving inscription unequivocally states that the two were the same. No contemporary document confirms the transformation. And so the debate continues. Complicating matters further is the near-total absence of a burial for Smenkhkare. While other pharaohs, even those who ruled briefly, often left behind tombs, however incomplete, no definitive tomb has been attributed to Smenkhkare. In 1907, British archaeologist Theodore Davis uncovered a hastily prepared chamber in the Valley of the Kings, tomb KV55. Inside lay a jumble of objects, many bearing the names of Akhenaten, Ta, and other Amarna figures, along with a desecrated and poorly preserved mummy. At first, some believed it to be Queen Tae, the matriarch of the royal family. Later analysis pointed to a male of royal lineage, possibly in his early 20s at death. DNA studies in the early 21st century linked the remains to both Tutankhamun and Amenhotep III, suggesting that the body was likely that of Akhenaten himself. But not all scholars agreed. The age, the damage to the body, the lack of definitive inscriptions each left room for doubt. Some still believe the KV-55 mummy to be Smenkhkare, hurriedly buried and forgotten, his name stripped away in the subsequent reaction against the Amarna experiment. This erasure, deliberate and thorough, is perhaps the most telling clue to Smenkkare's fate. After Akhenaten's death, Egypt's religious orthodoxy reasserted itself with a vengeance. The capital at Amarna was abandoned, the worship of Aten was suppressed, temples to Amun were reopened, their sanctuaries scrubbed of solar hymns and images of the disk, and the names of those associated with the heresy, Akhenaten, Nefertiti and Smenkhkare among them, were systematically expunged from the historical record. The young Tutankhaten, renamed Tutankhamun, was installed on the throne, and under the guidance of powerful advisors like Ay and Horemheb, Egypt returned to the old gods, the old names and the old truths. In this climate of reaction and restoration, Smenkhkare became a casualty of forgetting. His reign, likely lasting no more than a year or two, left no enduring monuments, no statuary of note, no grand funerary complex. His legacy, if it ever existed in full, was deliberately unmade. The few traces that survived, an inscription here, a cartouche there, were insufficient to maintain memory. Even ancient chroniclers writing centuries later make no mention of him. Manetho's king lists, compiled in the Ptolemaic period, skip from Akhenaten to Tutankhamun with only cryptic references to transitional rulers. To later generations, Smenkhkare was a cipher, a name without a face, a reign without a history. Yet the fragmentary evidence suggests a brief attempt at continuity, a bridging figure between the collapsing reign of Akhenaten and the restoration that followed. Whether he ruled alone or alongside Akhenaten, whether he was Nefertiti or a brother or a political invention, Smenkhkare seems to have been a necessary placeholder in a moment of chaos. His presence, though faint, hints at an effort to stabilize the throne, to preserve the royal line, or perhaps to shepherd the Atenist theology into a more tenable form. If he failed, it was not through lack of symbolism. His coronation name, Ankheperura, meaning living are the manifestations of Re, echoed the solar theology of his predecessor, while reaching back toward more traditional forms of legitimacy. His epithets invoked continuity, life, divine endorsement. But the machinery of the state, fractured by religious revolution and internal dissent, may have lacked the strength to sustain him. Today, the name of Smenkhkare survives in museum catalogues and scholarly footnotes in half-carved blocks and damaged stelae recovered from the sands of Middle Egypt. His face, if it was ever clearly recorded, is lost to erosion or deliberate defacement. His legacy rests in speculation, in the web of theories spun around his identity. For Egyptologists, he represents a puzzle without enough pieces. For those drawn to the margins of history, he is a symbol of all that remains unknowable, a ghost king, an echo between dynasties. And perhaps that is fitting. In a period defined by erasure and reinvention, Smenkhkare stands as a mirror to the uncertainty of the Amarna experiment itself. His reign, brief and obscured, reflects the fragility of radical change and the speed with which societies can abandon their revolutions. He may have ruled from a city that no longer exists, prayed to a god whose temples were razed, worn a crown whose form changed with every generation. Yet the silence around him is not total. It endures in the questions, in the half-remembered names, in the wind that still moves through the empty halls of Akhenaten, a silence that, even after 3,000 years, refuses to be complete. Beneath the pale ochre sands of Abydos, just north of the older royal necropolis at Saqqara, and just south of the towering pyramids of Giza, there lies a lesser-known monument, its weathered stones half sunken into the ground, its masonry silent and unassuming. The structure is modest compared to the colossal tombs of the great 4th dynasty kings, Khufu, Khafra, Menkaure, but its presence is strange, suggestive, and charged with ambiguity. It is the unfinished pyramid of a woman named Khentkaus I, a figure who has long hovered at the margins of ancient Egyptian history, her role half hidden in dust and interpretation. Her titles, her tomb, and the cryptic inscriptions carved into stone have sparked debates among Egyptologists for more than a century. Was she the wife of a king, the mother of a king, or something rarer still, a woman who sat upon the throne of Egypt not as consort but as king in her own right? Her story begins, as many Egyptian royal stories do, in the twilight of a dynasty. The 4th dynasty, whose kings built the greatest pyramids and elevated the cult of the sun god Ra to new prominence, was nearing its close. The grand ambitions of pyramid building had reached a zenith with the reign of Khufu, and were beginning to strain under the weight of economic, political, and theological shifts. Khentkaus appears at this junction, her lineage firmly planted within royal soil. She was almost certainly the daughter of Menkaure, the 3rd great pyramid builder of Giza. This would make her a princess of blood, raised amid the wealth and ritual of the court, schooled in the rhythms of temple life and the decorum of divine kingship. But what followed would place her in a wholly different position than any woman of her time. Khentkaus's mastaba tomb, initially begun as a stepped pyramid, then abandoned mid-construction, sits adjacent to a royal causeway and temple complex. It is a peculiar blend of architectural traditions. Its shape echoes the grand monuments of kings, not the smaller chapels of queens. Its layout suggests a funerary cult of its own, complete with priests and offerings. And most importantly, the titles carved beside her image bear a syntax that defies easy categorization. One particular inscription, found near the entrance to her tomb, has become the fulcrum of historical debate. It reads, in rough translation, "King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and mother of the King of Upper and Lower Egypt." At a glance, this might seem to describe 2 individuals, one male ruler and the woman who gave him life. But hieroglyphic grammar is not always so simple. The arrangement of titles, the absence of masculine determinatives, and the posture in which she is depicted all suggest something more complex. Some scholars argue that the phrase should be understood differently, that she is both King of Upper and Lower Egypt and mother of the King of Upper and Lower Egypt. If this interpretation is correct, then Khentkaus I did something exceedingly rare in ancient Egyptian history. She assumed the full titulary of kingship, becoming a female pharaoh in an age when kingship was sacrosanct and explicitly male. Supporting this possibility is the iconography within the tomb itself. On the limestone walls, Khentkaus is depicted seated on a throne, wearing the royal uraeus cobra, a symbol reserved exclusively for reigning monarchs. Her throne is not marked with the usual feminine adornments. It is the square, unembellished seat of kings. Her body is clothed in royal regalia, and the accompanying figures do not treat her as a secondary figure. This was not the posture of a wife beside her husband, nor a mother standing behind her son. This was rulership rendered in stone. But how could such a figure arise in a world so bound by male continuity? The transition from the 4th to the 5th dynasty was marked by uncertainty. The centralization of religious authority under the sun god Ra had altered the balance between priesthood and royalty. At the same time, the scale and cost of pyramid construction had begun to shift political and administrative burdens onto provincial officials and elite families. The rigid, divine kingship of Khufu's era was giving way to a more diffuse form of rule, one still centered on the pharaoh, but more open to the influence of religious and bureaucratic factions. In this climate, a dynastic crisis could easily arise. A pharaoh might die without a clear heir. Rival factions might compete for legitimacy, and in such moments, it is often the strongest surviving voice from within the royal house that asserts control. It is here that Khentkaus's role becomes pivotal. If she was indeed the daughter of Menkaure, she may have been married to one of his successors, perhaps Hatshepsut, the last king of the 4th dynasty, whose pyramid is uncharacteristically modest, a signal of shrinking royal resources or shifting priorities. Upon Shepseskaf's death, the succession may have been unclear. If their son was too young to rule, or if there was no son at all, the throne may have passed, briefly and controversially, to Khentkaus herself. In this reading, she becomes both regent and sovereign. She rules in her own name, not merely on behalf of a child. She bridges the divide between the old house of Smenkhkare and the rising 5th dynasty, possibly giving birth to the first ruler of that line. Indeed, the phrase "mother of 2 kings" later associated with her might not refer to biological offspring alone, but to her role in midwifing an entirely new dynastic lineage. The implications of such a role are immense. Egypt's ideology of kingship was not merely political. The pharaoh was the axis mundi, the pivot point between gods and mortals, the living Horus and the son of Ra. To place a woman in that position required either immense necessity or revolutionary thinking, and yet, ancient Egyptian theology was more flexible than often assumed. Goddesses like Hathor, Isis, and Neith wielded immense power, often representing creation, protection, and cosmic justice. A woman who embodied their aspects, especially one of royal blood, could, in theory, assume the throne if fate or the gods demanded it. But, even if she did rule, Khentkaus's reign was not to be celebrated by her successors. Her tomb remained unfinished, her name omitted from many king lists. Later generations of Egyptian chroniclers passed over her reign in silence. Was she deliberately erased, her memory suppressed by those who found her rule too dangerous, too aberrant? Or did she serve a temporary role, stepping aside once a male heir came of age, leaving little reason for the scribes of later dynasties to remember her at all? Still, her image remains. Her tomb chapel, though battered by time, still shows her seated on her throne, flanked by officials and offerings. Her funerary complex, though smaller than the Grand Pyramids of Giza, was clearly designed with care and purpose. She was not buried as a queen, she was buried as something more. And there is yet another wrinkle in the story. Near her pyramid lies a peculiar architectural feature, a massive stone basin sunk into the earth, its purpose unknown. Some believe it was used for purification rituals. Others suggest it was connected to Khentkaus's mortuary cult. Still others wonder if it held symbolic significance, perhaps representing the primeval mound of creation, a site where order emerged from chaos. Whatever its purpose, its presence lends further weight to the idea that Khentkaus's tomb was more than a royal burial. It was a statement, a monument to a woman who occupied a liminal space between dynasties, between queen and king, between remembrance and erasure. Later Egyptian history would see other women rise to power, Sobekneferu in the Middle Kingdom, Hatshepsut in the New Kingdom, Cleopatra in the Ptolemaic Age. But Khentkaus came first. She set the precedent, even if quietly, even if her name was later obscured. She proved that in moments of crisis, when the throne stood empty, Egypt could look not to foreign generals or priests, but to a woman of divine blood to bear the double crown. Modern excavation at Abusir continues to reveal details about her complex. Inscriptions, architectural alignments, and fragments of statuary hint at a vibrant mortuary cult that lasted well beyond her lifetime. Even if later dynasties did not canonize her in stone, the priests who maintained her chapel clearly regarded her with reverence. The layout of her pyramid temple, aligned carefully with neighboring monuments, reflects the same architectural sophistication as those of her male counterparts. This was no temporary tomb, hastily constructed. It was meant to endure, and in some ways it has. Khentkaus's story, once buried beneath rubble and sand, has re-emerged in the last century as scholars began to piece together the quiet rebellion embedded in her tomb. She was a woman who, for a brief moment, wore the symbols of kingship not as a proxy or regent, but as ruler. She held the titles, she was enthroned. And though history later passed over her, the stone does not lie. In her we find a figure both emblematic and exceptional. She represents the extraordinary possibilities that emerge in times of rupture, the way power can shift when old structures falter. But she also represents continuity, the ability of a royal house to persist, even if through unconventional means. If she gave birth to the kings of the 5th dynasty, as her title suggests, then her legacy is not merely symbolic. It is genealogical, political, dynastic. The bloodline of Egypt's golden age may have run through her. And perhaps that is the most enduring truth, that even in a civilization so bound to order, to tradition, to ma'at, there remained room, however narrow, for reinvention, for a queen to become a king, for a woman to bridge the chasm between what was and what must come next. At Abusir, the sun still rises over her tomb. The stones remain warm to the touch, the hieroglyphs faint but legible. Her name, Khentkaus, still rests on the lips of those who study the ancient world. Whether as queen, regent, or pharaoh, she has emerged from history's shadows, no longer merely a footnote to dynastic succession, but a figure in her own right, a woman who may have ruled as king. And in that possibility, the silence of millennia finally gives way to a whisper of acknowledgement, subtle but enduring, like the desert wind that still passes softly over the stones she left behind. In the dry stillness of Egypt's Valley of the Kings, dawn breaks softly, casting a pale amber glow across cliffs worn smooth by millennia of sun and wind. Here, amid a barren expanse carved out by ancient streams and relentless erosion, the tomb of Tutankhamun lies silent, hidden beneath layers of stone and history. This is sacred ground, where pharaohs once dreamed of immortality and architects laboured to create passages between the mortal and divine. Yet even now, nearly a century after the tomb's discovery, whispers remain that perhaps Tutankhamun, boy king and historical enigma, still guards secrets hidden beyond view, concealed behind painted walls that have resisted investigation for generations. Tutankhamun's tomb, designated KV62 by archaeologists, has long been an object of fascination precisely because of its modest size and curious placement. When Howard Carter first broke through the sealed doorway on a November afternoon in 1922, he famously glimpsed wonderful things, a glittering treasury untouched by thieves and untouched by time. But unlike the sprawling tombs of other pharaohs, with their grand halls and chambers designed to echo royal power, Tutankhamun's resting place seemed curiously cramped, hastily prepared, almost as if it had been carved out in urgency rather than reverence. It raised inevitable questions. Why was this royal tomb so modest, so unlike those of other pharaohs? And was there something more behind its walls? Perhaps another tomb, another hidden chamber waiting quietly in shadow. Speculation about concealed chambers behind Tutankhamun's burial walls first appeared almost immediately after Carter's initial excavation, fueled by the irregularities and peculiarities of the tomb's design. Yet for decades, these whispers remained merely whispers. Archaeologists, historians, and explorers alike came and went, carefully documenting artifacts, inscriptions, and mummified remains, yet finding no conclusive evidence that something lay beyond the burial chamber's painted walls. It seemed perhaps that history had already revealed all it was willing to share, until that is, modern technology introduced the tantalizing possibility of a hidden doorway, invisible to the human eye, but perhaps visible to instruments that could see through stone. In 2015, Nicholas Reeves, a British Egyptologist renowned for his meticulous examination of tomb designs, stirred the archaeological community by proposing a theory that quickly gained worldwide attention. Tutankhamun's burial chamber might conceal another undiscovered room, a chamber that Reeves boldly suggested could be the tomb of Queen Nefertiti, the enigmatic and famously beautiful consort of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Reeves's theory was not mere conjecture. By examining high-resolution scans of the walls, he identified subtle outlines that appeared to indicate sealed doorways, invisible beneath layers of plaster and paint. Suddenly, what had once seemed settled history opened again into possibility. Could it be that the tomb Carter discovered was never truly Tutankhamun's own, but rather an annex or antechamber to something far grander? The theory carried weight precisely because of the historical puzzle surrounding Tutankhamun's family. Nefertiti, wife of the revolutionary and controversial pharaoh Akhenaten, vanished abruptly from historical records after her husband's death. Her tomb had never been found, and the circumstances surrounding her final years remained shrouded in mystery. Tutankhamun himself ascended the throne shortly after Akhenaten's rule, possibly his son or nephew, inheriting a kingdom struggling to restore traditional religious practices after Akhenaten's radical worship of the sun god Aten. Given these tangled royal connections, the idea that Tutankhamun might have been buried hastily in a tomb originally prepared for Nefertiti held genuine historical intrigue. The Egyptian government authorized an international team to investigate Reeves's claims using ground-penetrating radar, a technology capable of detecting subtle changes in density behind solid surfaces. Initial scans offered electrifying results, hinting at anomalies behind the northern and western walls of Tutankhamun's burial chamber, exactly where Reeves had theorized hidden doorways might lie. The world waited breathlessly as researchers prepared to confirm or disprove one of archaeology's greatest hypotheses, that another royal burial chamber, untouched since antiquity, lay just inches behind painted scenes depicting Tutankhamun's journey into the afterlife. But ancient tombs rarely surrender their secrets easily. Archaeology is a slow dance, performed meticulously with infinite patience, and subsequent tests produced frustratingly ambiguous results. Follow-up radar surveys conducted by teams from different countries offered conflicting interpretations. One group confirmed anomalies suggesting cavities and possible voids, while another found little more than naturally occurring fissures in the bedrock. Egyptologists debated fiercely over methodology and interpretation, and tensions rose over how to proceed. All the while, the painted figures of gods and pharaohs on the tomb's walls gazed silently onward, offering no clarification. Some experts insisted that the anomalies were merely geological quirks, random fissures or imperfections in the stone, rather than concealed rooms. Yet Reeves and others pointed to historical precedent, arguing that ancient tomb builders often reused and adapted earlier burial chambers. Could Tutankhamun's tomb, small and oddly proportioned, indeed have been originally prepared for someone else and hastily sealed off, partitioning away the tomb's intended occupant behind plaster and pigment? Supporters of the hidden chamber theory cited historical anomalies, including traces of plaster repairs on the wall paintings themselves, suggesting ancient artisans had closed off an existing doorway. Detractors countered that such repairs were common and did not necessarily indicate hidden passages. Months passed, and investigations stalled. The intense excitement gradually waned, replaced by cautious skepticism and calls for more definitive evidence. In the intervening years, technology continued advancing, and archaeologists considered new methodologies. Non-invasive techniques such as infrared thermography and more refined radar imaging promised clearer, less ambiguous results. In 2018 and 2019, the tomb once again hosted specialists wielding instruments designed to penetrate stone and time. Yet these newer tests were likewise inconclusive. They revealed potential voids, but could not definitively prove artificial chambers. Doubts deepened, and official statements from Egyptian authorities grew notably more reserved. After multiple rounds of scans, no conclusive evidence emerged that definitively proved or disproved Reeves's hypothesis. But why does the theory of hidden rooms, particularly those potentially associated with Nefertiti, hold such enduring power? Beyond the raw thrill of potential discovery lies a deeper fascination, the story of Nefertiti herself. Queen Nefertiti has long embodied an archetype of beauty, power, and mystery. Her iconic bust, discovered in 1912 at Amarna, remains one of history's most captivating portraits, yet the details of her life and her eventual fate remain stubbornly obscure. Her disappearance from historical records has fueled centuries of speculation. Finding her tomb, even indirectly through Tutankhamun's, would resolve a long-standing historical puzzle and rewrite our understanding of one of ancient Egypt's most controversial eras. The intrigue surrounding Tutankhamun's tomb thus taps into broader mysteries, ancient power struggles, shifting dynasties, and the fate of a queen whose beauty and influence reverberated far beyond her own lifetime. Each new survey, each inconclusive scan, adds to a long chain of unanswered questions. Was Nefertiti secretly buried alongside Tutankhamun, hidden by ancient politics or religious upheaval? Could Tutankhamun's hurried entombment be explained by a sudden need to repurpose a tomb originally intended for Egypt's vanished queen? For now, the painted walls guard their secrets well. Tourists still shuffle quietly into KV62, marvelling at Tutankhamun's ornate sarcophagus and the breathtaking artistry of murals depicting the young king's journey through the underworld. Few notice the subtle irregularities of the northern wall, those faint lines Reeves first identified, marking what may or may not be a sealed doorway. As time passes, it grows increasingly uncertain whether the truth will ever be fully known. The tomb retains an air of tantalizing possibility, a lingering suggestion of hidden chambers just beyond human reach. Perhaps one day, new technologies will provide definitive answers, confirming or finally dismissing Reeves's theory. Or perhaps Tutankhamun's tomb will forever remain suspended between discovery and speculation, its whispered secrets outlasting all attempts to decode them. Such is the quiet allure of archaeology. For every truth uncovered, another lies buried deeper still, hidden behind painted plaster, locked behind silence. And so Tutankhamun's tomb endures as more than just a burial place. It has become a living enigma, a space where past and present meet in silent contemplation, where ancient mysteries persist, inviting each generation to imagine what might still lie hidden beneath stone and shadow. The Valley of the Kings holds its secrets jealously. Perhaps it always will, preserving for eternity the quiet possibility that beneath the painted walls, somewhere behind the boy king's tomb, lies yet another chamber, waiting patiently, as it has for millennia, to reveal its mysteries to those who come seeking answers. In the long, breathless corridor of Egyptian history, where the gods wear falcon masks and the kings sit enthroned among the stars, some names arrive in whispers. They do not bear crowns. They are not entombed in pyramids or heralded in triumphant inscriptions chiseled into cliff faces. Yet their presence lingers, silent but undeniable, folded within the lives of those who shaped dynasties and steered the course of empires. Among these are Yuya and Tjuyu, royal in-laws to a pharaoh, grandparents to another, and figures whose faces, preserved beyond all expectation, have stirred quiet fascination for over a century. In a nation so obsessed with lineage, ritual, and eternal identity, the question has quietly echoed for generations. Why do they not look like the others? Their story begins in the gilded twilight of Egypt's 18th dynasty, a period that glimmered with imperial ambition and divine proximity. It was an age when the Nile Valley stretched its influence deep into the Levant and Nubia, when pharaohs like Tuthmose III, Imhotep II, and the soon-to-be heretic Akhenaten expanded both borders and theology. The court at Thebes thrived in a haze of incense, wealth, and ceremony. Here, the gods walked close, and mortals, if they moved with the right grace, might be lifted among them. Into this setting entered Yuya and Tjuyu, a noble couple whose names are nowhere inscribed in legend, yet whose influence rippled outward to touch the very core of Egypt's most dramatic dynasty. Yuya held high titles: Father of the God, Master of the Horse, Overseer of Cattle of Min. He was not a pharaoh, but he stood close to the throne. Tjuyu too held prestige, serving as a priestess of Hathor and Isis, two of the most powerful goddesses in the Egyptian pantheon. Their daughter, Ta, would marry Amenhotep III, one of the most powerful kings of the ancient world, and through Ta, Yuya and Tjuyu became the maternal grandparents of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who would turn Egyptian theology on its head, and likely great-grandparents to Tutankhamun, the boy king whose tomb would echo down through time. Their tomb, found in 1905 by the archaeologist James Quibell in the Valley of the Kings, was a quiet marvel. Designated KV46, it came years before the sensational discovery of Tutankhamun's burial chamber, yet offered its own treasures. Unlike many tombs in the valley, KV-46 had not been wholly plundered. The sealed coffins remained intact. The funerary goods, though disturbed, were largely preserved. The wall paintings were absent, but the sense of solemnity and dignity remained. What astonished those who first peered into the dark of KV-46 was not merely the richness of the burial, but the condition of the bodies themselves. Yuya and Tjuyu were not embalmed in the grand, gilded style of later pharaohs, but their mummification had been executed with exceptional care. Their faces, in particular, were so well preserved that they appeared to sleep rather than lie in death. The features were not collapsed or contorted, as so often seen in Egyptian remains. The skin, though desiccated, clung closely to cheek and jaw. Their eyelids were shut, the mouths relaxed. They looked, in short, human, eerily so. But more than that, they looked different. Even in the earliest photographs of their uncovered faces, there is an arresting quality. Yuya, in particular, does not resemble the traditional depictions of high-born Egyptian men. His face is narrow, the nose aquiline, the cheekbones high and prominent. His hair, once lightened by the embalming process, appeared almost fair in the lamplight of the tomb. Tjuyu's features are less dramatic but still striking, rounded and delicate, her face seemingly belonging to another artistic tradition entirely. In a land of statuary idealism, their visages felt oddly familiar, even modern. The question formed almost instantly, were they foreigners? It is not an idle curiosity. Egypt in the 18th dynasty was an empire, and like all empires it was porous. It drew in peoples from across the Levant, from Mitanni and Canaan, from Libya and Nubia, as allies, servants, wives and administrators. Marriage diplomacy was common. Foreign princesses joined the pharaoh's harem. Captives were absorbed into the workforce. Skilled artisans and charioteers moved between cultures like traders of influence. Egypt, though often portrayed as isolated and self-contained, was in fact a hub of exchange. But Yuya and Tjuyu held Egyptian titles. Their names, though unusual, fit within known patterns. Their daughter Tiye was a queen of towering significance, publicly declared, monumentally honoured, her name inscribed in stone and praised in hymns. If Yuya and Tjuyu were foreign, they were not treated as outsiders. They were buried in the royal necropolis. Their coffins bore no marks of exclusion. On the contrary, their burial was rich. Still, the question lingered. One reason was the striking preservation of their bodies. Egyptian embalming practices varied greatly across time and class, and the exact methods used on Yuya and Tjuyu remain mysterious. There are few signs of the customary evisceration through abdominal incision. Instead, it seems their internal organs were removed through the perineum, a rarer method often associated with high-status individuals. Resin was used liberally, but not to the point of disfigurement. The result was an uncanny preservation that amplified their unfamiliar features. Another reason was the orthographic irregularity of their names. Yuya, in particular, is spelled in hieroglyphs in several different ways, an oddity in a culture that typically maintained rigid consistency for names, especially those of court officials. This inconsistency has led some scholars to speculate that the scribes were attempting to render a non-Egyptian name phonetically, adapting foreign sounds into the constraints of Egyptian script. Could Yuya have been of Mitanni origin, or from Syria, where Egyptian influence held sway but cultural differences remained stark? Some have suggested he may have hailed from a northern province or borderland region where genetic and cultural mixing was more common. Others point to the role of Master of the Horse, a title Yuya held as suggestive of foreign expertise, since chariotry was first developed outside Egypt and introduced by the Hyksos and later northern peoples. If so, Yuya's rise was meteoric. No other non-royal individual in the 18th dynasty is known to have achieved such intimacy with the throne, such ceremonial honours, or such a prominent posthumous burial. His daughter's elevation to queen was no mere formality. Tiye was the great royal wife of Amenhotep III, a position of unprecedented visibility. She appeared in official inscriptions, diplomatic correspondence, even statuary normally reserved for kings. She was a counselor, a patron, and very likely a power behind the throne. And through her, the legacy of Yuya and Tjuyu extended directly into the fevered heart of Egypt's religious revolution. Their grandson was Akhenaten. This alone would place them in history's glare, but they are more than progenitors of a controversial king. They are, in many ways, the missing hinge between old and new, the dignified elders of a family that would soon rupture Egyptian theology, then vanish into chaos and silence. One could argue that Yuya and Tjuyu represent the last stable generation of a bloodline before it scattered into intrigue, heresy, and tombs hidden from the record. Strangely, while Akhenaten's memory was intentionally erased, and while even Tutankhamun's name was lost for centuries, the mummies of Yuya and Tjuyu survived untouched. Their tomb was not desecrated in the same wave of damnatio memoriae that swept through the rest of the Amarna lineage. Their burial, modest in size but rich in goods, remained largely unmolested until modern excavation. It was as though the sweep of vengeance that felled monuments and struck names from temple walls passed gently over them, sparing their sleep. Why? Perhaps because they died before the worst began. Their deaths predated Akhenaten's ascension. They did not live to see the closing of the temples, the war with the priesthoods, the collapse of diplomatic norms, the retreat from Thebes, or the construction of Akhenaten. They were remembered fondly by a court that still walked the line between orthodoxy and change. Their tomb, tucked in a quieter part of the valley, did not attract the same attention as the pharaonic sepulchres. Or perhaps they were spared because even in upheaval, Egypt still honoured the bond of blood, and Tiye, though tied to heretic reform, remained a queen beloved by many. Yet their faces remain provocative. Over the years, scientists have attempted to clarify the mystery through forensic reconstruction, CT scans, and facial analysis. The results are inconclusive. The preservation, while exquisite, complicates definitive identification. The embalming materials obscure bone structure in key places. The visual impression that they appear somehow different remains subjective, shaped as much by cultural expectations as by data. Some argue that our very idea of what an Egyptian should look like is too narrow. Egypt was never ethnically homogeneous. From the earliest dynasties, it was a cultural crossroads. Nubians, Libyans, Syrians, and Semitic peoples all interacted with the Egyptian core. To seek rigid ethnic classification in the appearance of a mummy may be a futile, even misleading exercise. Others point out that the lighting, the aging of pigments, and the angles of photography play tricks on the modern eye, lending features and exoticism or familiarity they did not possess in life. In the end, the real question may not be where Yuya and Tjuyu came from, but how they came to occupy the place they did, on the edge of royalty, in the inner circle of Egypt's most consequential generation. Their journey, whether foreign-born or native, culminated not in myth but in memory. They lie in silence now, their faces more vivid than their biographies, their tomb a quiet chamber in the Valley of Kings where the air feels heavy with waiting. Visitors who come to view their remains today are often struck by how lifelike they appear. Yuya, in particular, has a gaze that seems just shy of waking. Tjuyu, wrapped in her linen shroud, exudes a gentleness that defies the centuries. They do not look ancient. They look out of place in time, as though preserved not for death, but for eventual recognition. It is this, perhaps, that makes their story linger. In a world obsessed with pharaohs, Yuya and Tjuyu offer a subtler reflection of power, not as wielded from a throne, but as transmitted through blood, wisdom, and presence. They were not kings or gods. They did not command armies or build cities. But through their daughter, their lineage shaped the most tumultuous reign Egypt would ever know. And through their preservation, they challenge us to reconsider what it means to be remembered. Were they foreign? Perhaps. Were they different? Certainly. But in death, they achieved something even the great rulers struggled to secure: continuity. Their names are still spoken. Their faces are still seen.
Their presence is still felt, not in stone, but in flesh, drawn tight by resin and time. Yuya and Tjuyu endure, not as mysteries to be solved, but as lives once lived. Quiet lives, perhaps, but close enough to history's flame to be forever cast in its light. In the dry stillness of a forgotten workshop on the edge of the ancient city of Akhenaten, where the sun once fell in sharp lines across mud-brick walls and the desert wind whispered through open courtyards, a name was left behind, not carved into the stele of kings or etched onto the columns of triumph, but scrawled on a shard of limestone, an artist's signature captured in passing. Tuthmose. That is all we have. No formal titles, no grand biographical inscription, no tomb, no funerary hymn, just the name and the work. And yet his hands may have touched the face that has become one of the most famous in all the world. It was in 1912 that the workshop came to light, during an excavation led by Ludwig Borchardt in the ruins of Akhenaten, now Amarna, a city built by the heretic king Akhenaten and abandoned not long after his death. Amid the debris of collapsed walls and rooms half swallowed by centuries of shifting sand, the team unearthed a cache of objects unlike any seen before: heads and torsos, statues of gods, unfinished reliefs, fragments of crowns and arms and drapery. Some were broken deliberately, others left incomplete. And there, resting on a shelf like a whisper preserved in clay, was the bust. The bust. Painted in delicate hues of ochre and turquoise, her face was as serene as a desert dawn, her features balanced in a geometry so perfect that even in a room full of gods and royals she seemed to look through them. She bore no crown of a living queen, no gilded ornamentation to mark her as divine, and yet her bearing made it clear. This was royalty, captured in the breath between thought and word. Her name was already known, Nefertiti. The beautiful one has come. But never before had her face been seen like this, not in stone, not in paint, not in a form so achingly human. She was not idealized beyond recognition, as many royal women had been. She was individual, elegant, and real, and the man who had made her, or at least overseen her creation, was named Tuthmose. His workshop was unlike any discovered in Egypt before or since. Situated along a back street in the southern sector of Akhenaten, the complex consisted of several rooms, living quarters, storage spaces, sculpting chambers, and an inner sanctuary where the finest works were kept. The place was both humble and sacred. Here, plaster molds lined the walls, trays of pigment still held their mineral residues, blocks of limestone, alabaster, and quartzite stood in half-shaped silence. Some pieces were rough outlines, the chisel marks fresh and unrefined. Others were near completion, only missing a final polish or coat of paint. Faces appeared mid-emergence from the stone, noses unformed, brows hinted at, mouths paused just before they could smile. It was a place of process, not product. A space where beauty was carved not only for the court's consumption, but for the artist's contemplation. Here, one can imagine the quiet repetition of the apprentice grinding pigment, the low rasp of a file against limestone, the sudden stillness as a master sculptor stepped back to examine the curve of a cheekbone or the incline of a jaw. In this silence, a man named Tuthmose worked. We know he lived during the reign of Akhenaten, a time of radical upheaval in Egypt's religious and artistic traditions. We know he occupied a high enough position to produce images of the royal family, yet no record of court title remains. His name appears only once in association with the workshop, on a limestone flake, a casual note, perhaps a label, perhaps nothing more. And yet, in the presence of the works themselves, his absence feels paradoxically immense. Akhenaten's reign disrupted everything. Where previous pharaohs had upheld a pantheon of gods anchored by the great Amun-Ra, Akhenaten sought to centralize worship around the Aten, the sun disk, radiant and singular. He dismantled the temples of the old gods, moved the capital to a new city, Akhenaten, horizon of the Aten, and promoted a new visual language to match his theological revolution. Art became fluid, personal, almost intimate. Royal bodies were no longer idealized in rigid symmetry. Instead, they were rendered with elongated limbs, protruding bellies, and soft, naturalistic features. Family scenes abounded, queens cradling children, the royal couple kissing beneath the rays of the Aten, their fingers outstretched as though caressing the divine light. Tuthmose, then, was a sculptor working at the very edge of orthodoxy, during a brief window when form followed faith into uncharted territory. His workshop was a microcosm of this revolution. The statues and reliefs found within its walls reflect not only a master's technical prowess, but also the volatility of the era. Some pieces echo the new style, fluid, tender, unidealized. Others revert to older, more traditional forms, suggesting either a quiet resistance or a pragmatic accommodation of multiple demands. Perhaps the workshop was a place of negotiation, where the boundaries between innovation and expectation were tested in stone. And amid these shifting currents stands the bust of Nefertiti, which, unlike many of the workshop's other pieces, appears complete, except for one thing: it lacks an eye. The left eye socket is empty, no quartz, no paint, no black coal, just a hollow, clean and unfinished. Scholars have debated why. Was it an error? A flaw? A technical delay awaiting the inlay? Or was it deliberate, left unfinished to serve as a model rather than a completed piece? Some suggest it was a master prototype, a reference used by apprentices to study the queen's likeness. Others see symbolism, an unfinished eye for a queen whose vision outlived her era, or a reflection of a reign cut short. We do not know what happened to Tuthmose after Akhenaten's death. As the king's revolutionary theology collapsed and the old gods reclaimed their altars, Akhenaten was abandoned. The city's shrines fell into ruin. Its temples were dismantled for building material. Its streets, once alive with processions and song, were buried under windblown dust. The new order that followed, ushered in by the boy king Tutankhamun and his powerful advisors, sought to erase the heresy of the Aten. Akhenaten's name was struck from records, his images destroyed. Nefertiti's fate, too, remains uncertain. Some believe she ruled as a co-regent under another name. Others think she fell into obscurity or was buried in a hidden tomb that is yet to be found. Tuthmose's workshop, by some quiet miracle, escaped notice. It was not ransacked nor deliberately destroyed. The doors were closed, the tools left where they had been set down. Dust accumulated, time passed, centuries turned, and so, when the archaeologists of the modern world opened its chambers, they entered not a ruin, but a preserved moment. A sculptor's studio paused mid-breath. What lingers in the air of that workshop even now is not merely the residue of pigment or stone dust, but the intimacy of creation. Here, Tuthmose and his assistants shaped the faces of a dynasty, perhaps never knowing how fleeting their patron's reign would be. Here, the human form was studied, abstracted, idealized and immortalized, not in the service of ego or vanity, but of something more enduring: presence. The bust of Nefertiti does not speak of power or conquest. It does not demand worship or reverence. It simply is, a face suspended in serenity, a queen glimpsed in quiet dignity, rendered by a man whose own face is lost to us. In the end, Tuthmose's legacy is not written in words but in forms. The gentle curve of Nefertiti's jaw, the slope of her brow, the balance between symmetry and spirit. He did not sign his works. He did not inscribe his titles on tablets. He may not have expected to be remembered at all. Yet, in the survival of his workshop, its unfinished statues, its broken tools, its shelves of half-carved stone, we find one of the most vivid portraits of artistic life in ancient Egypt. We see the labor behind the icon. We glimpse the hand that gave permanence to fleeting beauty. One sculpture found in the workshop, a colossal head, rough-hewn and incomplete, remains particularly haunting. It was meant to be a towering likeness, perhaps of a god, perhaps of a king. Its features are only partially formed, the eyes not yet carved, the mouth a vague shadow. It suggests a work that was interrupted, abandoned before its full intention could be realized. This unfinished colossus may say more about Tuthmose than any completed piece. It speaks to ambition halted by circumstance, to an artist working at the edge of a collapsing regime, to beauty glimpsed but not secured. That is, perhaps, how Tuthmose himself exists in our minds, an unfinished figure, carved in part, known in outline, his name a single note against the vast symphony of Egypt's past. Yet what he gave to the world, through clay, stone and colour, endures beyond the boundaries of his time. The face of Nefertiti, serene and unblinking, gazes through centuries, a silent testament to the hands that shaped her and the quiet genius that still lives in the flick of a chisel, the curve of a cheek, and the hollow socket of an eye that was never meant to see in. The Book of Thoth. It was said to be written in the hand of the god himself, not merely dictated or inspired, but inscribed with divine purpose in the sacred tongue of the gods, etched in letters that pulsed with the very essence of creation. The Book of Thoth, so the legends whispered, was no ordinary text. It was a doorway, a conduit, a bridge between the finite mind of man and the unfathomable intellect of the divine. To read it was not only to learn, but to become, to unlock the secrets of the heavens and the earth, to command the winds and the waters, to speak the language of beasts, to know the thoughts of the gods, and to see, as Thoth saw, the great weaving of fate before it ever unfolded. It was at once the highest prize and the most perilous, and it has never been found, not in tombs or temples, not in buried libraries or sealed sanctuaries, not in the hands of scholars or priests. The Book of Thoth endures only in fragments, in echo, in myth. It is spoken of with reverence in stories passed from scribe to scribe, invoked in spells and lamentations. Referenced in spells meant to open the mouth of the dead and guide them through the stars. And always there is the warning, sometimes subtle, sometimes explicit, that knowledge so vast cannot be taken without cost. In Egyptian myth, Thoth was the architect of wisdom. He was the ibis-headed god who recorded the words of the gods and measured the souls of the dead. He presided over time and writing, over language and judgment. It was Thoth who gave the world hieroglyphs, who counted the days, who whispered laws into the ears of kings and guided the moon on its path through the sky. To imagine a book written by such a deity is to imagine a document that did not record reality but shaped it. The Book of Thoth was not a commentary on the universe. It was its blueprint. Ancient stories say the book contained two spells, one that allowed the reader to understand the speech of animals, and another that gave them the power to perceive the gods themselves, their forms, their thoughts, their hidden workings. Other versions expanded its powers further, suggesting the reader could raise the dead, transform at will, travel through the underworld, or command the elements. The book, then, was not simply a collection of teachings. It was a divine technology, a relic of the gods, guarded not by walls or locks, but by the fabric of reality itself. Those who sought it did so at great peril. One tale tells of a prince, a curious soul, learned and ambitious, who found mention of the book in a forgotten papyrus and became obsessed with its recovery. Guided by cryptic clues and ancient diagrams, he ventured deep into the desert, beyond the reach of settled lands, until he found a tomb hidden in the folds of the western cliffs. There, beneath a slab sealed with curses, he found the book. It was wrapped in gold, coiled like a serpent waiting. The prince unrolled it, read the first spell, and immediately heard the voices of birds, jackals, and crocodiles. They spoke to him in riddles and warnings. He read the second and saw the sky open, saw the gods watching him, saw their eyes burn through his thoughts. He returned to the world transformed. He could speak no ordinary language. He ate nothing. He slept only under stars. And soon he vanished. Some say he became a god. Others, that he was torn apart by divine beasts who saw in him a trespasser. The book, according to the story, returned itself to the tomb, waiting for the next seeker. The tale is apocryphal, of course, but so are most truths too large to hold. Egyptian magical texts often hint at the Book of Thoth without naming it. They reference a divine scroll, or the secret words of the House of Life, or a book hidden beneath the feet of the Sphinx. In the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri, texts written centuries after the last native pharaohs, the book becomes part of a broader tradition of sacred writings, secret names of gods, invocations that promise forbidden power. Thoth, by then merged with the Greek Hermes, becomes the font of hermetic knowledge, the root of alchemy, of astrology, of divine ascent. But the original book, the true Book of Thoth, remained veiled, always hinted, never found. Archaeologists in the modern age have uncovered thousands of texts in Egypt: religious hymns, funerary books, medical treatises, letters, legal codes, instructions for embalming, recipes for perfume. The temples of Edfu and Dendera contain walls of inscriptions so dense they seem to drip with meaning. The Library of Ashurbanipal preserved Egyptian works translated into Akkadian. The Bibliotheca Alexandrina, though long lost, was said to house scrolls of Egyptian law transcribed into Greek, Aramaic, and Latin. But nowhere, in all the millions of lines of ancient script, is there a definitive Book of Thoth. Pieces, perhaps, echoes, but not the source. This absence invites questions. Was the book ever real? Was it a metaphor, a cipher, a construct designed to test the worthy? Or was it once written, once held in human hands and then destroyed, either by jealous priests or cautious kings who feared its power? In some late texts, it is said that the gods themselves hid the book after it was stolen by mortals, that they placed it in a secret box, sealed with 7 scorpions, and buried it at the bottom of the Nile, beneath the black waters where only the dead may walk. That to retrieve it, one must pass through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and face the judgment of Maat. Others claim it lies beneath the paws of the great Sphinx, still guarded by riddles older than language. And still others believe the book was never written at all, but transmitted orally, passed from initiate to initiate, hidden in the memories of temple scribes who spoke it only under moonlight, in chambers filled with incense and chanting, that it survives now only in fragments, a spell here, a gesture there, a hymn that opens a door in the soul, that every true book of wisdom is, in some way, a fragment of the Book of Thoth. In the centuries after Egypt fell to foreign rule, first the Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans, the myth of the book transformed. It merged with Hellenistic ideas of divine knowledge and secret teaching. Thoth became Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great, and the Book of Thoth became the Hermetica, a series of texts on cosmology, alchemy, third eye, and divine ascent. These writings, revered by early mystics and Renaissance thinkers alike, bore the same core idea that knowledge rightly pursued leads not only to understanding but to transformation, that the soul, through wisdom, might become divine. But even the Hermetica are only reflections. They do not carry the primal weight of the original myth. The Book of Thoth remains more than scripture. It is the archetype of forbidden knowledge. Like the tablets of Enoch, like the lost books of Orpheus, like the grimoires said to be buried beneath the Vatican, it occupies a space between memory and desire. It is the book we fear to read and long to find. Modern seekers have not abandoned the chase. Occult orders, esoteric traditions, spiritualists and scholars alike have searched for the book, or what remains of it. Some believe it exists in coded form, hidden within Egyptian cosmology, embedded in the temples themselves, mapped in the proportions of Karnak, the angles of Luxor, the geometry of the pyramids. That the book was never meant to be read as text, but experienced as landscape. Others pursue the book as symbol, as the embodiment of a quest for knowledge that is always just beyond reach. For to possess such knowledge, the ancients insisted, was never without consequence. One story tells of a priest who discovered a version of the book carved onto thin sheets of gold and buried within the statue of a forgotten god. He read the first lines and felt the world shift. He heard the thoughts of birds, saw the threads of time stretched across the sky, understood the true names of demons. But as he read further, his mind began to fray. He could not sleep, could not stop hearing. The knowledge flooded him, drowned him, left him shattered. In the end, he sealed the statue, fled the temple, and was never seen again. His last words, scribbled on a scrap of parchment, were a warning. The eye that sees all sees also itself. Such tales may be allegory, they may be fiction, but they persist. They persist because something in the idea resonates. This notion that ultimate knowledge is both gift and burden, that the Book of Thoth is not simply a relic but a mirror, that to find it is to be changed by it. In recent years, the ruins of ancient libraries have yielded fascinating finds. Scrolls carbonized at Herculaneum, fragments recovered from desert tombs. Digital technology now allows us to peer into sealed papyri, to reconstruct faded texts, to read what was once illegible. It is possible, however faintly, that a scroll will one day surface that bears some echo of the book. A spell unknown, a hymn that speaks in a voice older than language. Scholars will debate its meaning. Some will dismiss it. Others will read it late at night, with candles burning low, and feel the hairs rise on their necks. For the power of such a book is not only in its content, but in its presence. The sense that one holds not mere words, but a threshold. For now, the Book of Thoth remains as it has always been, hidden, not entirely lost, but folded into the fabric of myth. We see it in the eyes of the scribe god, in the stillness of temple walls, in the ink-black lines of spells written to guide the dead. We see it in the minds of those who seek wisdom, not for power, but for illumination. In the end, perhaps the book was never meant to be found by the hands of the living. Perhaps it lies waiting for the soul who, upon death, approaches the great balance feather in hand, and is asked not what they know, but who they have become. And in that moment, the true contents of the Book of Thoth unfold, not on parchment, but within the heart. A book written not in words, but in wisdom, not in ink, but in silence. And there, perhaps the god waits still, quill in hand, watching, listening, ready to open the first page. The light bulb of Dendera is one of those peculiar historical curiosities that linger persistently at the edges of conventional archaeology, never fully explained yet endlessly intriguing. Deep within the shadowed halls of Egypt's Temple of Hathor, amid scenes of solemn religious ceremony and images of gods long worshipped and long forgotten, stands an enigmatic carving that has puzzled archaeologists, historians, and visitors alike for generations. Carved meticulously onto the walls of a secluded subterranean chamber beneath the ancient temple, these images depict something that appears startlingly out of place, a device whose shape and form have led some observers to claim evidence of technology that should not, by conventional wisdom, have existed in ancient Egypt. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera sits in the dusty expanse of Egypt's Nile Valley, a majestic remnant of Ptolemaic-era construction, a final flowering of Egyptian architecture that blended traditional symbolism with Greek stylistic influence. Hathor herself was among Egypt's oldest and most venerated deities, goddess of love, fertility, music, and celestial harmony. Yet, within the complex labyrinth of her temple, it is not the traditional representations of Hathor's divine image that have captured modern imagination, but rather the baffling bas-reliefs hidden deep below ground. There, beneath the sunlit courtyards and ornate colonnades, in a space known as the crypt, lie the controversial carvings known as the Dendera light bulbs. The carvings depict priestly figures holding up large, elongated oval shapes that resemble nothing so much as oversized modern incandescent bulbs. Within these bulbs, serpentine lines stretch out, evocative of coiled filaments, each ending in what appears to be a lotus-like socket. Supporting these curious forms are figures identified as priests or gods, seemingly engaged in acts of worship or ritual manipulation. To modernize, eyes conditioned by familiarity with electrical lighting, the immediate interpretation is nearly inescapable. Here are images, carved in stone millennia ago, of artificial illumination. But how could this possibly be? Mainstream archaeologists have traditionally interpreted these carvings within the context of Egyptian religious symbolism, dismissing more speculative theories as misguided or fanciful. They argue convincingly that what appears as bulbs and filaments to modern viewers were, in fact, symbolic representations drawn from the vast and complex iconography of ancient Egyptian mythology. The supposed bulb, they say, represents a womb, the serpent a metaphor for divine energy or the primordial creative force, and the lotus, ubiquitous throughout Egyptian art, as a symbol of birth, renewal, and regeneration. Yet even with such scholarly consensus, the carvings continue to tantalize and perplex visitors, as the forms depicted undeniably bear a striking resemblance to the artifacts of modern technology. This is precisely why the carvings at Dendera have fueled speculation that the Egyptians, or some forgotten civilization before them, may have had access to technological secrets now lost to history. Theories surrounding ancient electricity in Egypt are not entirely without precedent. The Baghdad Battery, a small, enigmatic artifact discovered in Iraq and dating back thousands of years, suggests that certain ancient cultures were at least capable of rudimentary electrochemical processes, even if the precise purpose of such objects remains unclear. It is in the context of this broader mystery that the light bulbs at Dendera gain their speculative power, fueling conjecture about ancient civilizations possessing knowledge far ahead of their presumed technological capacities. Proponents of these theories argue that the Egyptians, known for their sophisticated engineering skills evidenced by pyramids, temples, and complex irrigation systems, might plausibly have possessed some primitive form of electrical technology. They point to the sheer practical challenges of lighting the deep interiors of temples and tombs without leaving traces of soot or smoke, something that has puzzled archaeologists for generations. Could the Egyptians have developed a form of illumination that bypassed traditional combustion, leaving no residue and no soot upon painted ceilings and finely carved walls? The idea is seductive, sparking visions of priests moving silently through subterranean corridors, their way illuminated by glowing devices held aloft like sacred relics. Yet the difficulty in accepting such theories lies in the absence of corroborative evidence. No physical remnants of ancient electrical technology, no bulbs, wires, or batteries have ever surfaced in Egyptian excavations. The absence of tangible artifacts casts significant doubt upon claims of ancient illumination technology, leaving most Egyptologists convinced that religious symbolism provides the most plausible explanation. They point out that Egyptian temples were designed meticulously, utilizing reflective surfaces, mirrors, and carefully placed openings to direct sunlight deep into sacred chambers. Ancient Egyptians had mastered optical tricks, adeptly illuminating even subterranean spaces by natural means, and yet the persistence of alternative interpretations cannot be fully dismissed. The carvings at Dendera remain visually and conceptually compelling precisely because they sit uncomfortably between symbolism and realism. Even seasoned historians faced with these reliefs often find themselves momentarily questioning conventional historical narratives. The impulse to imagine secret histories, lost technologies, or suppressed knowledge proves remarkably strong, especially in a world that continually uncovers new historical surprises. Thus, the carvings endure as subjects of debate, skepticism, and fascination, attracting theorists, historians, and tourists eager to experience firsthand a site that hints, however faintly, at hidden dimensions of human achievement. Stepping away from sensationalism, what do these carvings actually tell us about ancient Egypt? At their core, the reliefs at Dendera reflect the profound Egyptian preoccupation with creation, life, and renewal, themes that run through virtually all of their religious and their mythological narratives. The snake within the oval likely represents the god Hatshepsut, associated with the morning sun, resurrection, and eternal renewal. The lotus, with its powerful symbolism of rebirth emerging from muddy waters, underscores this emphasis on continual regeneration. The carvings may have served as visual aids in rituals designed to invoke or celebrate these cyclical forces, and their location deep within the crypt could represent the Egyptians' belief in the need for secrecy and protection when invoking such potent divine energies. Moreover, the crypt at Dendera was never intended as a publicly accessible area. It served a priestly elite, individuals trained in the sophisticated language of symbolism and capable of decoding imagery that might appear baffling or nonsensical to outsiders. Perhaps the complexity and ambiguity of the carvings were intentional, designed precisely to preserve religious secrets from profane eyes. The priests of Hathor would have moved through these darkened chambers bearing oil lamps or reflected sunlight, interpreting the carving's symbolism as reminders of their sacred duties, their rituals aimed at maintaining harmony between humanity and the divine forces that govern the natural world. Yet the human mind often finds symbolism less satisfying than mystery, less fulfilling than the tantalizing possibility of a lost chapter of technological history. This impulse to find hidden truths beneath the accepted historical narrative is itself telling. Perhaps the persistence of the light bulb interpretation speaks to a deeper psychological need, the desire to believe that humanity has always been capable of far greater ingenuity than historical records acknowledge. It suggests a collective hope, or perhaps anxiety, that civilizations rise and fall, technologies advance and regress, and that hidden within history's layers might be examples of human brilliance tragically forgotten. Even if the idea of ancient Egyptian electricity is ultimately unfounded, the persistence of such theories serves a valuable historical and psychological function. They remind us of the inherent gaps in historical knowledge, the way every generation revisits and reinterprets the past through the lens of contemporary experience and expectation. They provoke new questions, force historians and archaeologists to reconsider assumptions, and invite everyone who encounters them to remain open to possibilities, however improbable. In the end, the carvings at Dendera stand as a testament to the enduring complexity of human culture, a monument to the tension between known fact and imaginative speculation. Whether viewed as sophisticated religious symbolism or as hints of lost technological knowledge, they continue to captivate precisely because they refuse to yield their secrets entirely. Perhaps then, the ultimate significance of these carvings lies less in their exact interpretation than in their enduring capacity to challenge, to provoke, and to inspire those who encounter them. They remind us that history itself is often a kind of puzzle, one that we may never fully solve, but which continually rewards curiosity, reflection, and wonder. In that way, the strange reliefs of Dendera, quietly etched into ancient stone, still illuminate our endless quest to understand not only the mysteries of the past, but also the boundless imagination that drives human inquiry forward through the ages. In the dusty hush of a papyrus chamber, where scribes once dipped reed pens into pots of blackened ink and scratched words across parchment by flickering lamplight, there survives a story, slim and spare, just a few hundred lines, but so strange, so richly textured, that it has puzzled and beguiled readers for nearly 4,000 years. Its language is poetic but measured. Its structure is precise. Its tone shifts subtly between wonder and warning, between confession and parable. The tale is known simply as the story of the Shipwrecked Sailor, and though it comes to us in the form of a literary exercise, copied and recopied by students in the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, it is more than a school text. It is a riddle wrapped in myth, a tale that opens onto the margins of Egypt's self-understanding, of its place in the world, of its fears and aspirations, of the ocean's promise and peril. And at its core lies an encounter with something impossible, a speaking serpent, ancient and radiant, who speaks as a god, remembers as a god, and vanishes like one. The manuscript itself, a single roll of papyrus now housed in the Imperial Museum of St. Petersburg, bears no title. It begins in mid-conversation, as though the speaker, a sailor recently returned from some harrowing voyage, is already deep into a confession. He addresses a superior, perhaps a prince or nobleman, offering comfort before the man departs on a royal mission. The tone is deferential, the speaker careful, but soon the words slip into narrative. "Let me tell you what happened to me," he says. "How I sailed south, how I was shipwrecked, how I came upon an island that was not marked on any map, and how there I met a creature who was not like any man." The story unfolds in spirals, slow and deliberate. The sailor had been chosen for a voyage, an elite expedition, commissioned by Pharaoh himself. He describes the ship, a massive vessel manned by scores of sailors, laden with supplies crewed by experts. The journey begins in confidence. The sea is calm, the mission is blessed. But then, without warning, a storm rises. Wind and wave conspire. The ship is broken. All hands are lost, save one. The narrator is flung into the sea, clinging to driftwood, washed upon the shore of an unknown island. This is where the story shifts. The sailor wakes on a beach surrounded by abundance. The island is lush with fruit and birds, fish in the water, shade in the trees. At first, it seems like a paradise, a divine gift. But it is not empty. Soon the sailor hears a sound, a thunderous noise, a crack in the earth. He turns, and from the trees emerges a serpent, long and coiled, bright of scale. Its body glittering with lapis lazuli and electrum. The creature is immense, both terrifying and beautiful. It opens its mouth and speaks. What follows is a conversation, measured, complex, filled with echoes. The serpent does not threaten, it questions. "Who are you? How did you come here?" And the sailor, trembling, answers. He tells his story, the storm, the wreck, the loss. And the serpent listens and then speaks of its own solitude. It tells the sailor that he is not the first to find this island, nor will he be the last. The island, the serpent says, is sacred, a place outside of time. Once it had companions, 74 other serpents, its children and kin, but they were consumed by fire, by a star that fell from the sky. Now it is alone. It pities the sailor. It blesses him. It tells him he will not die here. A ship will come. He will return to Egypt. He will see his family again. But, the serpent says, do not boast of me. Do not speak of this island. When you are home, you will forget, or pretend to forget. And then it vanishes, into dust, into wind, into memory. The sailor is rescued. He returns home. The story ends with the man standing before his superior once more, saying, "Now, see, be strong, have courage. Even from disaster, return is possible." At first glance, the tale reads like myth, a moral fable designed to teach humility and hope. But it resists easy interpretation. The serpent is no mere monster. It is old, far older than the sailor. It knows things beyond the sailor's ken. It speaks not like a beast, but like a sage. Its references are specific. The number of its children, the time that has passed, the fire that fell. Its memory is immense, its grief real. It is a god, or something like one. But what god? Egyptian mythology has no exact parallel. The serpent is not Apophis, the chaos snake, nor Wadjet, the cobra goddess of protection. It stands outside the pantheon, isolated, unaligned. A remnant perhaps of an older cosmology, one that predates the fixed roles of later theology. Or perhaps it is a metaphor, a personification of divine knowledge, the raw power of nature, the forgotten divine that waits beyond the familiar world. Then there is the island, its abundance, its mystery, its seclusion. It is a place that exists and does not exist. It appears only after the storm. It offers everything, yet demands nothing. It grants survival, but also forgetfulness. It is salvation, but not home. Scholars have long debated its meaning. Some see it as an allegory for the afterlife, a vision of the field of reeds, the paradise that awaits the righteous after death. Others view it as a metaphor for exile, or for the inner landscape of the soul, an encounter with solitude, with the unknown, with truth in a form no one can recognize until stripped of all else. But there are other possibilities. The Middle Kingdom was a time of intellectual flowering in Egypt. Scribes composed works of fiction, parable, and philosophy. The boundaries between myth and history, allegory and record, were porous. And Egypt, despite its traditional self-image as self-sufficient and eternal, had always been a maritime power. It sent ships down the Red Sea, across the eastern Mediterranean, into the deep south toward Punt and Nubia. Its sailors knew danger. Storms were real, shipwrecks happened, foreign lands were encountered, some friendly, some hostile, some strange beyond understanding. Could the story of the shipwrecked sailor preserve a garbled memory of such an expedition? A journey too distant, too implausible to be preserved as history, but too vivid to be discarded entirely. There are fragments in the tale that hint at real geography, the direction of the voyage, south, the island's richness, coconuts, birds, incense, the presence of minerals, lapis lazuli, electrum. These are materials associated with the lands of Punt or even the Horn of Africa, regions Egypt reached through difficult and dangerous voyages. It is not impossible that some sailor, cast off course in a sudden storm, found himself on a strange shore, saw a massive python in the forest, mistook it for a god, and brought the story home. Transformed by time, the tale became parable. But beneath the layers of symbolism, there may lie the distant memory of actual exploration. If so, it is one of the oldest such records in human history. But that is not all the story preserves. There is a tone, a current beneath the narrative that suggests something else, a meditation on the limits of knowledge, on the fragility of memory. The serpent is not just a god, it is history. It remembers a time before time. It mourns what has been lost. It tells the sailor, "You will return, but you will not speak of me." And the sailor, upon his return, tells the story, but in such a way that the serpent remains half hidden. The sailor does not name the island. He does not describe the route. He repeats the serpent's wisdom, but filtered through his own voice. He speaks truth and not truth, preserving and obscuring at the same time. This is the paradox at the heart of the tale. It is a story about storytelling, about what can be said and what must be left unsaid, about how the deepest experiences, the encounters that change us, cannot be fully communicated. The sailor survives, he returns, he recounts. But the island, the serpent, the fire from the sky, they remain beyond reach. We are left with the words, but not the place, the memory, but not the map. And so the shipwrecked sailor endures, not as a factual account, not as scripture, but as something more elusive, a lens into how the Egyptians saw themselves on the edge of the known. It captures a moment when the world was wide, when gods walked hidden in the forests of unnamed lands, when disaster was not the end but the threshold of revelation. It is, in a sense, Egypt's earliest science fiction, a tale of contact, of exile, of return. But more than that, it is a story of humility. The sailor is not a hero. He is not praised for bravery or cleverness. He survives because he is allowed to. He learns, but he does not master. He sees, but he cannot keep. The serpent gives him life, but not power. And the sailor, in turn, gives us his tale, but not the whole of it. There is always something withheld, some truth too large to name. In the silence between the lines, we glimpse the vastness of ancient thought, not as a system of gods and rituals, but as a living philosophy, a world in which meaning was not fixed, but revealed through journey, through loss, through moments of grace that come unasked and leave no mark but memory. The Egyptians, so often thought of as obsessed with permanence, with tombs and monuments and names etched in stone, were also capable of understanding the opposite, that some truths cannot be fixed, that some encounters dissolve as soon as they are spoken, that some gods speak only once, then vanish forever. And so the serpent disappears, the sailor returns, the tale ends, but the story remains, not finished, not solved, still speaking, in the quiet voice of papyrus and ink, a voice that waits, for those lost in storm, for those cast onto unknown shores, for those who, for a moment, glimpse something too vast to name. North of Saqqara, where the desert meets the cultivated edge of the Nile floodplain, the sands rise in soft, shallow waves, concealing beneath them the broken remnants of temples, tombs, and ritual enclosures whose names have long since faded from the stone. This region, once part of ancient Egypt's sprawling necropolis of Memphis, is a landscape marked by the debris of divinity, a place where kings sought not only to honor the gods, but to embody them. And here, among these half-buried plateaus and eroded causeways, stands one of the most enigmatic and underappreciated architectural legacies of the Old Kingdom, the Sun Temples of Aby Ghurab. Two of these temples are known to us today, their ruins lying in a relatively narrow strip of land between the better-known pyramid complexes of Abusir and the older mortuary zones of Saqqara. But ancient texts, including royal inscriptions and later chronicles, speak of more. 6 in total, perhaps more than that, constructed over the span of a single dynasty. Only 2 remain visible, the rest have vanished. The loss is not just archaeological, but historical. These temples were not minor shrines or regional offerings. They were built by kings. They were considered central to state theology. And they were raised not in honor of Osiris or Horus or any of the traditional pantheon, but in worship of the sun itself, Re, the solar god, the great disk, whose radiant power was believed to sustain all life, order, and authority. The 5th dynasty, which ruled Egypt in the 25th and 24th centuries BCE, marked a turning point in royal ideology. Following the grandeur and centralized power of the 4th dynasty, the age of the Giza pyramids and the immense funerary complexes of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, Egyptian kingship began to evolve. The pharaohs of the 5th dynasty still built pyramids, though smaller and less architecturally ambitious. But their religious focus shifted. The cult of Re, already prominent, was elevated to new heights. The pharaoh was no longer simply the son of a god. He was the earthly manifestation of the sun god himself. In this new conception of divine kingship, the king ruled not by ancestral right but by radiance, his legitimacy drawn from the heavens, his role not to inherit power but to reflect cosmic light. To make this theology tangible, the kings of the 5th dynasty built temples dedicated exclusively to the sun. These were not pyramid complexes, nor standard mortuary temples. They were separate structures, constructed near the royal burial grounds, but oriented around a different axis of ritual. The first to be discovered, and still the most comprehensively studied, is the Sun Temple of Nusera at Aby Ghurab, a structure that, despite its ruined state, reveals something of the grandeur and innovation of the original design. What remains today of Nusera's temple is a low platform of limestone and mud brick, partially reconstructed by archaeologists in the early 20th century, with some granite fittings and alabaster floors still visible beneath the rubble. Its layout resembles that of a pyramid complex, with a causeway leading up from the valley, a courtyard for offerings and processions, and a central sanctuary. But in place of a pyramid or chapel, the heart of the temple is dominated by a massive obelisk, a solid stone pillar that once rose more than 30 meters high, set upon a wide pedestal, together forming a stylized image of the Benben, the primordial mound from which the sun god emerged at the dawn of time. This obelisk, though now shattered and truncated, was the focal point of worship. Around it, rituals were conducted to affirm the pharaoh's connection to the sun. Reliefs found within the temple depict scenes of agricultural abundance, ritual slaughter, offerings to the gods, and the king himself in various postures of divine interaction. These images are not simply decorative. They functioned as living texts, codified illustrations of the relationship between the solar cycle, the king's authority, and the prosperity of the land. When the sun rose, it cast light upon the temple's axis. When the king stood within its sacred space, he did so not only as ruler, but as conduit, drawing the sun's energy down into the structures of the state. A second sun temple, that of Uzakaf, lies nearby in a more dilapidated state. Discovered in the late 19th century and identified largely through inscriptional fragments and architectural traces, it lacks the monumental obelisk of Nusair's complex, but follows a similar plan. What these two surviving temples suggest is a deliberate pattern of construction, an architectural grammar designed to express the divine presence of the sun on earth. But if the inscriptions are to be believed, these two are merely the surviving pieces of a much larger picture. The Palermo stone, one of the oldest surviving records of Egyptian chronology, references sun temples built by at least 6 kings of the 5th dynasty. These include Usakaf, Sahure, Neferkare, Hatshepsut, Niuserre, and Menkaure. Yet, apart from the temples of Niuserre and Usakaf, no trace has been found of the others. They are absent not only from the visible landscape, but from systematic excavation, their foundations unlocated, their superstructures lost, their ritual histories unpreserved. This silence has baffled Egyptologists for generations. Why would so many grand royal temples disappear without a trace? And why would a religious tradition so energetically pursued for a few generations vanish so completely by the end of the dynasty? One explanation is practical. The remaining temples may still lie beneath the sand, unexcavated or obscured by later construction. Much of the area between Abusir and Saqqara remains only partially surveyed. In the shifting terrain of desert archaeology, entire complexes have been missed for centuries, mistaken for natural formations, or dismissed due to poor preservation. The lost sun temples could lie within a few hundred meters of known sites, their mud brick cores dissolved by time, their stone robbed for later building projects, their names scratched away during theological reforms. Another possibility is that the temples were intentionally dismantled. Later dynasties, particularly those of the Middle Kingdom and the early New Kingdom, showed a tendency to erase or overwrite earlier religious expressions that did not conform to prevailing orthodoxy. The worship of the sun in its abstract, singular form, the radiant disk without face or body, may have become suspect. Although Re remained central to Egyptian religion, his cult was reshaped, absorbed into the more anthropomorphic figure of Amun-Re, whose rituals and temples followed different patterns. The 5th dynasty's solar theology, centered on divine light and abstract form, may have seemed too stark, too unrooted in the traditional pantheon, too royal in its orientation. The temples that expressed it may have been seen as relics of an ideology that no longer served the state. Then there is the possibility that the sun temples themselves were never completed, or at least not on the same scale. Kings who ruled only briefly, or who faced internal challenges, may have initiated temples that were never finished or that remained modest in scale. In the Old Kingdom, resources were finite, and royal building projects competed with the demands of administration, military campaigns, and the pharaoh's own pyramid complex. It is conceivable that temples were begun, partially constructed, then abandoned, subsumed into other projects or lost beneath later development. Yet despite these reasonable explanations, the mystery lingers. The sun temples were not peripheral shrines. They were royal institutions tied directly to kingship, intended to stand for eternity. Their loss leaves a gap not only in the archaeological record, but in our understanding of how ancient Egyptian theology evolved, and how fragile even state-sponsored theology could be. Part of what makes the story of the Sun Temple so compelling is how sharply it contrasts with other Egyptian religious expressions. While most temples were oriented around the image of the god, statues housed in inner sanctuaries, dressed and fed by priests, carried in processions, the Sun Temples seem to reject anthropomorphic form in favor of cosmic principle. The obelisk at Aby Ghurab, rising stark and clean above the courtyard, served as the divine presence. It did not require a statue. It was a symbol, a stand-in for the first moment of creation, when the sun emerged from the primeval waters and cast order across the chaos of the universe. To build such a structure was not merely an act of devotion, it was a reenactment of creation itself. And in this light, the absence of the other temples becomes even more enigmatic. If each king of the 5th dynasty was expected to build a sun temple as a mark of divine legitimacy, an obligation as serious as the construction of a pyramid, then the missing temples suggest not only lost architecture, but lost theology. Was the tradition abandoned? Was it interrupted by political strife? Did the later kings of the dynasty lose faith in the ideology their predecessors embraced? The tomb inscriptions of officials from the 5th dynasty shed little light. Some mention participation in rituals in the House of Re, or refer to the transport of offerings to solar sanctuaries. But these references are vague, difficult to match to specific locations. No administrative papyri survive from the sun temples, no inventories, no lists of staff or ceremonies. Unlike the temples of Karnak or Luxor, whose archives provide rich detail about offerings, calendars and hierarchies, the sun temples remain silent. That silence, in some ways, has amplified their allure. In the 20th century, the site of Aby Ghurab became a magnet for alternative theorists and fringe archaeologists, who saw in the stark lines of the obelisk platform and the peculiar orientation of its surviving walls the traces of forgotten science. Some speculated that the site functioned as an astronomical observatory, aligned with solstices and equinoxes, capable of tracking celestial events with precision. Others went further, proposing that the granite altar at the center of the temple was an energy conductor, part of an ancient system of geophysical manipulation. These theories, while unsupported by the evidence, reflect a persistent fascination with the Sun Temple's refusal to conform to expectations. Their form is architectural, but also symbolic. Their function is religious, but also cosmological. They feel older than they are and stranger than they should be, and they remain unfinished stories. Today, the ruins at Aby Ghurab are largely unvisited, fenced off, accessible only to those who seek permission and know where to look. The heat there is dry and relentless. The stone is worn smooth by time and wind. But if one stands at the base of the shattered obelisk, looking up into the sky where once a sacred point rose toward the sun, it is not difficult to imagine the temple in its original form. White walls gleaming in the morning light, priests in linen robes moving between altars, chants rising into the blue, offerings laid out in neat rows, the king himself emerging from the sanctuary to face the rising disk and speak the words that bind heaven to earth. In that vision, fleeting and imagined, the lost temples return, not as buildings of stone, but as ideas, suspended in time. They speak of a moment in Egyptian history when light itself was the god, and the king was its shadow on the earth. They remind us that history is never a straight line, and that even the greatest empires can forget their own revelations. And they suggest, quietly but insistently, that the desert still holds secrets, structures swallowed by sand, stories waiting to be told, alignments marked in silence. Whether the other sun temples will ever be found remains uncertain. They may lie buried beneath fields and villages, mistaken for mounds or ignored as shapeless ruin. They may have been dismantled and their stones scattered into other buildings, lost in the great recycling of Egypt's long architectural memory. Or they may never have been completed, their foundations no more than a sketch on papyrus or a half-laid trench in the limestone. But the temples we have, the two that endure, are enough to remind us of what once was, and of the questions that remain. In the shadow of their broken pillars, the sun still rises, and somewhere, perhaps, so too does the hope of rediscovery. The wind that moves across the Nile Delta carries more than dust. It carries voices, fragmented, indistinct, folded into the very fabric of the air, voices that echo across time through ruined columns and beneath cracked vaults, through fields of wheat that ripple where once palaces stood. In the modern villages outside Alexandria, men walk narrow paths past shallow canals, unaware that beneath their feet might lie one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. For somewhere, if the stories are true, if memory has not lied, there is a tomb. Not just any tomb, but the resting place of two of history's most storied lovers. Cleopatra VII, last Queen of Egypt, and Mark Antony, Roman general turned tragic monarch, bound not only by passion but by ruin. Their names are inseparable from legend, stitched into the fabric of myth as much as history. And yet, for all the plays, the poems, the operas and the films, for all the stories that have burnished their memory across 2,000 years, their bodies have never been found. Their tomb, if it ever existed, has remained hidden since the days of Augustus, unmentioned in surviving Roman records, unmarked by stone and untouched by any modern hand. A final, quiet irony for a queen who once ruled from golden barges and fluted chambers, whose death ended an entire epoch. Egypt's last sovereign pharaoh, buried, if she is buried at all, beneath the mud of forgotten temples. It is not for lack of trying. The search for Cleopatra's tomb is one of archaeology's longest, strangest pursuits, a thread running through generations of excavators, from cautious scholars to treasure-hungry adventurers. The idea that her body still lies somewhere beneath the delta has haunted Egyptologists for over a century. It is a pursuit charged with more than scientific curiosity. To find her, truly find her, would be to touch the skin of a story that still throbs with vitality. It would be to reach through centuries of ruin and place one's hand on the coda of an ancient world. What we know, or think we know, about the end begins in blood and fire. In the summer of 30 BCE, with Octavian's forces pressing down from the Nile and the Mediterranean fleet shattered off Actium's coast, Cleopatra and Antony retreated to Alexandria for their final stand. The city was no longer the intellectual furnace it had once been, but it was still radiant, its lighthouse towering, its palaces shining white above the harbours. There, in the mausoleum of the Ptolemies, or a temple nearby, the queen is said to have prepared a vault for herself and Antony, a space that would allow them to pass into death as they had lived, together. The accounts diverge in detail but agree on the shape of the ending. Antony, misled into believing Cleopatra was already dead, fell on his sword and died in her arms. Cleopatra, defiant to the last, arranged for herself to be buried with him, then took her own life, perhaps by asp, perhaps by poison. The method remains debated. Octavian, upon entering Alexandria, found her dead, but did not desecrate the body. Roman historians like Plutarch and Cassius Dio, writing decades after the fact, claim Octavian permitted the lovers to be buried together as a final concession to their bond. But where? They do not say, not precisely. There is mention of the Temple of Isis, or a shrine near her palace, a mausoleum perhaps, or a royal sepulchre within the sacred precinct. But the city that once bore her name, Alexandria, the jewel of the Hellenistic world, is today an echo of itself. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and war have obliterated most of the ancient structures. What remained was repurposed, reused, or buried under modern foundations. Even the exact location of the royal quarter has only recently been pinned down, its ruins submerged offshore beneath the harbour, a broken city beneath the waves. Cleopatra's palace, her real physical residence, has been found beneath the sea at Antiarohodos Island. Divers have traced walls, statues, ceremonial gateways. It was a palace of light and water, with open courtyards and colonnaded halls, its docks lined with marble. But no tomb, no vault, no chamber with a sealed door. Other possibilities beckon. For the past 2 decades, attention has turned inland, about 30 kilometers southwest of Alexandria, to a site known today as Tap Osiris Magna, a name that means Great Tomb of Osiris. It is an ancient temple complex, built during the reign of Pharaoh Ptolemy II and dedicated to Osiris, god of the dead and consort of Isis. The connection is not trivial. Cleopatra styled herself as the living embodiment of Isis. Antony, in turn, was often cast as Osiris. To be buried in a temple dedicated to their divine counterparts would have appealed to the Queen's deep sense of symbolism and theatre. Taposiris Magna was long thought to be of marginal importance, just one of many provincial shrines in the Western Delta. But in the early 2000s, a team led by Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass and Dominican researcher Kathleen Martinez began a new excavation. What they found was startling. Beneath the ruined pylons and shattered columns lay a warren of tunnels, crypts, and sealed chambers. They found coins bearing Cleopatra's image, statues that may have represented royal figures, and burial shafts carved deep into bedrock, some sealed, others looted in antiquity. The tombs were of high status, yet distinct from the more familiar styles of Roman or Egyptian design. Martinez, in particular, has championed the idea that Cleopatra may have chosen this temple as her final resting place. Her theory, meticulously constructed and passionately defended, holds that Cleopatra, knowing her death was imminent and her dynasty finished, sought to link her burial with the eternal cycle of death and rebirth represented by Osiris. Taposiris Magna, with its alignment to celestial events and its connection to Isis cult rituals, would have offered a final sanctuary, hidden away from the imperial gaze of Rome. Yet no definitive proof has emerged. No inscription bearing the Queen's name, no royal cartouche, no funerary chamber bearing her unmistakable iconography, and, most notably, no body. Despite years of digging, despite stunning architectural finds and tantalizing fragments, the Queen herself remains absent. Some scholars dismiss the Taposiris Magna hypothesis outright, arguing that no queen of her stature would have been buried so far from the city centre. They suggest that if she were buried at all, it would have been in the royal necropolis beneath the palace complex, now submerged, possibly irretrievable. Others speculate that Octavian, despite his public leniency, may have secretly destroyed her body to eliminate any symbol around which Egyptian resistance might rally. After all, Cleopatra was more than a monarch. She was a goddess, a myth in the making. Her tomb, like her image, was dangerous. Still others wonder whether she was buried at all. The chaos of Alexandria's fall, the fire, the looting, the triumphal entry of Roman legions could have scattered her remains or led to their entombment in an unmarked grave. It is not impossible. In death, as in life, Cleopatra was surrounded by enemies and intrigue. Mark Antony's fate is even murkier. Roman accounts give him less attention than his lover, though they too speak of a shared burial. If such a tomb does exist, it may be one of the last great sepulchres of antiquity left untouched, a space sealed since the age of Caesar, untouched by thieves, invaders, or archaeologists. The absence of proof has only deepened the fascination. Why does it matter? Why do we still search? Because Cleopatra was more than the sum of her loves or losses. She was the last ruler of an empire that stretched back 3,000 years. She was the final breath of pharaonic Egypt, the last to speak the language of the old gods, to worship in the ancient temples, to wear the uraeus and be called daughter of Ra. She ruled as a woman in a world of men, educated, strategic, fluent in politics as in poetry. She faced down Rome, not once but repeatedly, and for a time she held her ground. Her death marked the end of Egypt's independence. After her, no Egyptian would ever again sit on the throne. The Nile would belong to Rome, and through Rome to Byzantium, to the caliphs, to the sultans, to the empire of maps and strangers. Her death was not just a personal loss, it was a civilizational rupture. To find her tomb would be to close that circle. To mark, finally, the place where Egypt turned the page, it would also be to humanize her. For all the romanticization, Cleopatra remains elusive in the historical record. No contemporary portrait survives that is certainly hers. Her surviving images, on coins and statues, are filtered through layers of political messaging. Her voice is lost. Her writings, her correspondence, even her suicide note, gone. Her tomb would offer something tangible, a body, a face, a name written in her own hand, a place where memory, myth, and matter meet. It is tempting to imagine what that tomb would look like. a narrow shaft descending into limestone, a pair of sarcophagi carved from dark granite, nestled side by side, inscriptions praising Isis and Osiris, or perhaps nothing at all, just silence and shadow. A funerary stela showing the queen and the general, arms raised before the gods, jewellery scattered on a shelf, a crown wrapped in linen, a stylus, a scroll, a dagger. The air, when the seal is broken, would smell of resin and stone, and in that instant, history would inhale once more. Until then, the search continues. Each year, teams return to the Delta, to the hills around Taposiris Magna, to the submerged quarters of ancient Alexandria. They dig, they scan, they listen to the ground. They read the texts again, scouring every passage for new meaning, and always the same question pulses beneath the surface. Is she here? The locals in the area, when asked, sometimes say yes. They tell stories of dreams, of lights seen in the fields, of places where animals refuse to tread. They say the queen sleeps still, waiting for Egypt to remember her. And perhaps she does. Or perhaps she is gone entirely, dissolved into the soil, scattered by the winds, her bones they're mingled with sand and story. Either way, her presence endures. In every search, in every unmarked tomb, in every sealed chamber still buried beneath the earth, there is the possibility of her. The tomb of Cleopatra remains unfound, but the idea of her, that has never been lost. The Valley of the King's unopened tombs. In the sere basin of the Theban hills, where the limestone cliffs twist into gullies like a withered hand stretched toward the Nile, lies the Valley of the Kings, a place of silences so deep they once fooled the world into thinking all its secrets had already been taken. Here in the scorched rock beneath blinding desert sun, ancient labourers once carved tombs into the bedrock for the mighty dead, hiding their kings not in monuments above, but in sanctuaries below, sealed by stone, smoke, and incantation. The valley today feels still, almost reverent. Tourists shuffle along marked paths beneath steel shade awnings, gazing down into narrow shafts and painted chambers, their voices hushed not by rule, but by atmosphere. The names of the dead are now famous. Tutankhamun, Ramses II, Seti I, Thutmose III, Horemheb. But beneath their stories, beneath the ruins and reconstructions, there remains another layer, quieter, dimmer, yet unresolved, because the Valley of the Kings is not finished, not yet. Beneath its cracked surface, the earth still hums with possibility. There are tombs in the valley that remain unopened. Some are known but unentered, clearly visible from aerial surveys, noted on maps, given designations in the numbering sequence of Egyptologists, KV 61, 2, 3, 4, 5. Others are suspected, shadowy anomalies picked up by radar scans and ground-penetrating sensors, showing voids in the rock where no tomb should be, chambers untouched by tools or tomb robbers, lying dormant beneath centuries of silt and sediment. The very stone seems to guard them with indifference, shielding them not just from the elements, but from discovery itself. They are questions in the ground, waiting for answers. How many more kings lie in the Valley of the Kings? How many tombs were planned, begun, and abandoned in the chaos of succession? How many burials were deliberately hidden, by design or out of fear? The valley, known as Tar Seket Ma'at, the Great Field, was chosen during Egypt's New Kingdom not merely for its remoteness, but for its sacred geometry. The valley's pyramid-shaped peak, Al-Qurn, looms above like a natural sentinel, echoing the shape of the man-made pyramids of earlier dynasties. It was here, in the mid-18th dynasty, that Pharaoh Thutmose I commanded his tomb to be cut, deep into the cliff, inaugurating a new tradition. No longer would the great lie in massive pyramids exposed to plunder and time. Now they would descend into the underworld, literally, each king buried in mimicry of the sun god Ra's nightly journey through the Duat. the shadowy realm between life and death. Over the next 5 centuries, more than 60 known tombs would be cut into the rock. Most were ransacked in antiquity. Some collapsed, others were reused, and a few, like that of Tutankhamun, remained hidden by accident, protected by the debris of later constructions and the forgetfulness of history. But the process of cutting tombs was never linear. It was shaped by politics, by royal deaths that came too soon, by wars, by economic instability. Tombs were started and left incomplete. Some were reassigned, some were never recorded. In the bureaucratic sprawl of an empire that stretched from Nubia to the Levant, things were lost. And not everything has been found. Modern technology has peeled back the surface of the valley with cautious precision. In 2000, a team from the University of Memphis, working near the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered a new burial, KV63, containing sealed coffins, pottery, and embalming materials. Though no pharaoh lay within, it was a stark reminder. The valley was still alive beneath its hardened skin. In the years that followed, radar scans began to reveal additional anomalies. Japanese, American, and Egyptian teams each reported data suggesting voids, chambers of regular dimensions aligned with the architectural logic of known tombs. These were not caves. They were intentional, carved by hand, sealed perhaps before they were even completed. One of the most tantalizing theories centers on the area surrounding KV62, the tomb of Tutankhamun. In 2015, British Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed, based on high-resolution scans and analysis of wall paintings, that a hidden chamber might lie behind the north wall of the Boy King's burial chamber. The hypothesis suggested that the tomb, small and hastily prepared, had originally been constructed not for Tutankhamun, but for someone else, perhaps Nefertiti herself, or another high-ranking royal of the Amarna period. Radar scans appeared to support the claim, indicating a linear void behind the wall. The news sent a tremor through the archaeological world. Could another sealed royal tomb lie just meters away from the most famous burial ever found? Further scans conducted by independent teams yielded mixed results. Some confirmed anomalies, others dismissed them as natural fissures. Excavation was delayed, postponed, and eventually halted. The Egyptian authorities, wary of damaging a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and perhaps unconvinced by the data, opted for caution. The door remained unbroken, the wall untouched, but the idea persists. The valley, quiet though it seems, still stirs with the possibility of revelation. Consider the reign of Tuthmose II, husband to Hatshepsut and father of Tuthmose III. His burial site remains unknown. His body was found in a royal cache, but his tomb, if it was ever completed, has not been conclusively identified. The same is true of other lesser-known pharaohs, queens, and royal children. The tomb of Imhotep I, the second king of the 18th dynasty and one of the earliest builders in the valley, has never been definitively located. His cult was actively worshipped well into later dynasties, suggesting his burial was known and revered. But where is it now? Then there are the figures erased by time, those condemned to damnatio memoria, stricken from official records, their names and images defaced. Smenkhkare, a shadowy ruler who may have co-reigned with Akhenaten, or Kia, a favoured consort of the heretic king. If they were buried, it may have been in secrecy, or in tombs too humble to attract notice, or too well concealed to be uncovered. For decades, archaeologists have operated under a complex reality. The Valley of the Kings has not given up all its dead. Despite the advances in imaging, in survey technology, in stratigraphic modelling, the valley's true completeness remains an open question. Every few years, renewed interest prompts a fresh round of scanning or a careful dig near a known site. Sometimes the result is nothing. A collapsed chamber, a discarded tool cache, a dry shaft leading nowhere. But sometimes something stirs. In 2018, an Egyptian team working near the tomb of I, Tutankhamun's successor, reported signs of a subterranean feature nearby. It aligned roughly with the pattern of known tomb entrances. Excavation was proposed, then delayed. Politics intervened, as they always do. Tourism, funding, bureaucratic disputes, the push and pull between preservation and discovery, these shape the pace of exploration as much as any chisel or trowel. And yet the dream remains, that beneath the sand and stone, a sealed tomb still waits, untouched by robbers, unspoiled by time, a chamber still filled with gold-leafed coffins, with texts unrolled on linen, with statues standing in the silence where prayers once echoed. Not a chamber stripped bare by looters or repurposed by later generations, but a true, untouched burial, one that could rewrite chapters of Egyptian history. But, perhaps even more than the names and titles, it is the atmosphere of these unopened tombs that captures the imagination. The weight of what lies sealed, the idea that in a valley so thoroughly mapped, so exhaustively studied, there can still be emptiness that is not absence, but potential. One must remember what the ancients believed, that the tomb was not merely a grave, but a machine for eternity. Its layout, its contents, its decorations, all were part of a system designed to transform the dead king into a divine being, to guide him through the underworld and seat him among the imperishable stars. The tomb was not built to be seen, it was not made for visitors. It was an engine of transformation, hidden away from time. That we now peer into these spaces, catalogue them, restore their frescoes, measure their angles, is a kind of gentle heresy. But it is also a form of reverence. To open a tomb is not only to retrieve the past, it is to disrupt a silence that was meant to endure forever. And so the hesitation persists. Not every chamber must be breached, not every anomaly must be probed. There is something to be said for mystery, for allowing the desert to keep a few of its secrets. And yet, the pull of discovery remains. The chance that something lies just beneath, waiting, that a forgotten king still sleeps in stone, that his name, struck from the record, may still be spoken, that in the valley's deep hollows the dead still listen. One day perhaps a new tomb will be opened. The shaft will be cleared step by step, the debris hauled out by hand and rope. The final doorway will emerge, plastered, sealed, the imprint of ancient stamps unbroken. The moment will come when the door must be breached. A crack will open into darkness. A lamp will flicker in the dust. And for the first time in 30 centuries, light will enter a room made for night. Until then, we wait. The valley is not finished, not yet. The origins of the Sphinx. At the edge of the Giza Plateau, where the desert gives way to the ordered geometry of ancient ambition, there lies a creature whose silence speaks louder than stone. The great Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the head of a man, crouches low against the windswept sands, its gaze fixed eternally eastward toward the rising sun. Time has worn its face, weathered its flanks, and peeled away the pigments that once gave it life. Its nose is gone, its beard fragmented, its profile softened, but still it endures, enigmatic and immense, the oldest surviving colossus of Egypt, if not the world. And despite centuries of excavation and speculation, one question continues to echo through its hollow core: who built it and when? Traditionally, the Sphinx has been attributed to Pharaoh Khafra, the builder of the second pyramid at Giza, who ruled during Egypt's 4th dynasty around 2500 BCE. This association is tidy, convenient, and supported by the prevailing archaeological narrative. The Sphinx sits in alignment with Khafra's pyramid complex. The remnants of a causeway connect his mortuary temple to the valley temple near the Sphinx's base. A diorite statue of Khafra was found buried near the site. The face of the Sphinx, albeit heavily eroded and damaged, bears some resemblance, at least in general contour, to known statues of Khafra. These facts align neatly in support of the theory that the Sphinx was carved from a natural limestone outcrop during Khafra's reign, intended to symbolize royal power and divine authority. And yet, the Sphinx refuses to be fully pinned down. For beneath its familiar shape lies a puzzle far deeper than its sand-choked pores suggest. The stone from which it is carved tells its own story, a story that predates hieroglyphs and cartouches, a story that, according to some, may reach back to a forgotten epoch long before Khafra, before dynasties were recorded, before the pharaohs wore crowns. The heart of this contention lies in the very bedrock of the Sphinx itself, its weathering, its scars, and the patterns etched into its enclosure walls by time and climate. These patterns, some geologists argue, are not the handiwork of wind and sand, but of water. The theory gained prominence in the 1990s when Boston University geologist Robert Schoch published a radical reinterpretation of the Sphinx's age. Schoch, trained not as an Egyptologist but as a geologist, approached the monument with a different set of tools and a dispassionate eye. He examined the deep fissures and vertical undulations along the Sphinx's flanks and the walls of its surrounding enclosure, marks that, to his mind, were inconsistent with known patterns of wind erosion. Instead, they resembled damage caused by prolonged exposure to rainfall and moisture, erosion by precipitation over centuries. But the Egyptian climate during Khafra's reign was arid, virtually unchanged from today's desert regime. The last period of sustained heavy rainfall in the region, Schoch argued, occurred thousands of years earlier, between 7000 and 5000 BCE, during the African humid period when the Sahara was green and rivers flowed across what is now desolate sand. If Schoch's interpretation holds, it would mean that the core body of the Sphinx predates not only Khafra, but the dynastic civilization of Egypt itself, pushing its origin back to a time before written history, before pyramids, before the Nile civilization even emerged in recognizable form. In this telling, the Sphinx is not a 4th dynasty monument, but a relic of a vanished culture, later rediscovered and reappropriated by the pyramid builders of the Old Kingdom. Perhaps Khafra repaired it, reshaped the head into his likeness, added temples nearby, but the lion's body, carved from the living rock, would have already been ancient in his time. This theory sent ripples through the academic community. Egyptologists resisted fiercely. Their discipline, built on inscriptions, artifacts and stratigraphy, requires caution when considering radical revisions. The standard narrative is grounded in abundant material evidence, tools, hieroglyphs, tomb records and architectural continuity. No mention of a civilization advanced enough to carve the Sphinx appears in pre-dynastic records. No pottery, no organized settlements of sufficient complexity, no evidence of the tools or labor force such a project would require. If the Sphinx were truly older than dynastic Egypt, it would upend the entire timeline of human development in the Nile Valley. Further complicating the matter is the nature of the Sphinx's head. It is disproportionately small when compared to its massive lion's body. Carved from a more durable limestone layer than the body below, the head has survived the millennia with far less erosion. To some observers, it appears almost absurdly undersized, as if recarved from a much earlier, more massive original, perhaps the head of a lion or another animal entirely. If this were true, the original Sphinx might have been a purely leonine monument, later reshaped by Khafra's artisans to bear a human likeness, an act of ideological appropriation rather than original construction. This resizing theory dovetails with the pre-dynastic hypothesis. If the Sphinx once bore a lion's head, it could suggest the monument originated during the age when the constellation Leo rose with the sun during the spring equinox, roughly around 1000 BCE. To ancient skywatchers, such alignments held immense significance. The eastward gaze of the Sphinx, forever watching the sunrise, has long been noted by scholars. Might the monument have been a celestial marker, an equinoctial sentinel watching the processional dance of the heavens? These alignments are precise, but speculative, seductive in their elegance, yet difficult to prove with certainty. Still, the notion resonates with those who believe that the Sphinx encodes a forgotten cosmology, linking earth and sky, time and eternity. Meanwhile, the Sphinx itself offers few answers. It does not speak, nor does it carry inscriptions that might settle the debate. Unlike the surrounding pyramids and temples, whose builders left their names and intentions carved in hieroglyphic stone, the Sphinx is mute. No stela, no cartouche, no dedicatory text names its creator. The dream stela erected between its paws by Tuthmose IV in the New Kingdom tells of a prince falling asleep in the Sphinx's shadow and dreaming of kingship, but even this poetic account offers no clarity on who built the creature or why. Restoration efforts through the centuries have further clouded the mystery. The Sphinx has been repaired countless times, its paws, its chest, even its flanks rebuilt and patched by pharaohs, and later modern conservators. These efforts, while vital to preserving the structure, have layered new stone atop old, erasing stratigraphic clues. Archaeological layers have been disrupted, fill material added, erosion patterns obscured. The monument is as much a palimpsest as it is a sculpture, each intervention another line in a long, unreadable chronicle. Still, the Sphinx continues to exert a gravitational pull on the human imagination, from Napoleon scholars who first cleared it of sand to 19th century mystics who declared it a keeper of ancient wisdom, from satellite archaeologists scanning the plateau to New Age writers proclaiming it an Atlantean relic. The Sphinx remains a canvas for our deepest uncertainties about the past. What civilization first looked upon this hybrid guardian and saw in it the power to defy time? Was it truly Khafra's monument, grand, ambitious, and symbolic of solar kingship? Or was he simply the inheritor of a far older legacy, a restorer of something already ancient in his day? The truth, perhaps, lies somewhere in between. It is conceivable that the core body of the Sphinx predates Khafra, carved by an earlier culture whose traces were later buried or lost to time. Khafra, recognizing its symbolic power, may have reshaped it, adding the face, building the temples, integrating it into his funerary complex. In this way, the Sphinx becomes a bridge between epochs, a synthesis of memory and ambition. It may have served many purposes over the millennia: a celestial marker, a royal guardian, a monument of continuity, a symbol of kingship reborn with each new ruler. Or perhaps it is older still, its lion's body a vestige of a forgotten age, a monument carved by hands long vanished from history's record. The geological evidence, while compelling, cannot stand alone, nor can the archaeological narrative be dismissed entirely. We are left, as ever, in the presence of mystery, an echo of deep time rendered in stone. As the wind scours the plateau and tourists crowd beneath the monument's weathered gaze, the Sphinx remains unmoved. It has watched dynasties rise and fall, priests chant hymns and armies march past. It has stood beneath eclipses, solstices, and the slow shifting of stars. It will outlast us all. And as long as it remains, the questions will linger. Whose vision carved it from the bedrock? What purpose did it serve? What ancient silence does it keep? Beneath the stillness of its form, the Sphinx continues to whisper not answers but invitations. Invitations to look deeper, to question more profoundly, and to recognize that sometimes the greatest truths are not those we solve, but those we are asked to contemplate forever.